needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids
Sa MCC.
Season 2. GG bro!
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids
Sa MCC.
Season 2.
GG bro! Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Tagatang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, hold on, hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my own, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko nag-jab like beast of the southeast. Takas sa matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to, dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun, I'm repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in Esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Maligayang pagbabalik dito lamang sa MPL Arena. Ako si Hans Galleria and we are officially starting the second round of Season 15. Kalusi, with all of the matches na kailangan nating asahan, ano bang dapat i-expect ng ating mga MPL fans?
Nako Hans, I'm expecting more intense competition, especially sa mga teams na kailangan bumawi. Sa win streak pa naman ng Aurora, hindi na maaga ang usapang playoff spot.
They are very lively in that first round. Pero ganun din naman kasi yung nangyari sa Onic Philippines last season. Naiba lang ng konti ngayon because they faced some early stumbles but then regained some momentum kalaunan. Ano kaya ang posibleng mangyari? Will they actually continue the streak? Ngayon na ang kakaharapin nila ay ang TNC Pro Team together with the strengthened Bagyong Benny.
We will definitely find out soon dahil matches nila ang mapapanood natin maya-maya.
You know, intense rivalries, very good matchups, epic stories, all of those we will see at the start of the second round. At hindi lang yon, posible rin na makita na natin ang pinakabagong hero ng game. Walang iba kundi si Kalea.
Unless iban siya, of course. But I'm curious, Han, saan kaya natin makikita si Kalea? Will it be sa roam, XP, or even jungle?
You know what? With all of the roles that you've mentioned, siguro sila nang bahala. Iatas na lang natin sa kanila kasi oras na para ilabas ang tunay na lakas ng Pinas. Dahil ito ang MPL Philippines Season 15.
Can't believe how fast time flies because finally we're in the second half of the season wherein we'll witness round 2 matches of the matches we've just witnessed. Will it be the same result or will these teams have their revenge? Welcome to the English Desk. We're together. We are with Naisu and of course the Cal Bros, Ian and Renmar.
I like it. That's going to be official number, the Cal Bros.
Why is it the Cal Bros?
It's like the Filipino word calbo, bald.
Ah.
So the Cal Bros.
Oh my god, Naisu, you're slow today. But but you know what's not slow?
What's not
the
slow?
Matches we've just witnessed, because again, week number 5 in just how many weeks? Of course, 5 weeks.
5 weeks.
Yeah.
You answered it yourself.
Yeah.
But you know what's faster?
What?
Of course, our official sponsor, because you can play like a pro with Infinix GT20 Pro, the MPL official gaming phone. Grab yours now and use the voucher code INFIMPL to get us to 1,000 pesos off and exclusive freebies to GT20 Pro. You can ensure that you will be strong.
That was pretty good. I like the segue there.
You like the translation?
Yeah.
You like the segue? Am I doing good?
You're doing good. We got.
You're already looking for validation.
I was gonna
we
say.
just started the day.
He's my dad, sorry.
We just started the day. We're just opening up the, as they mentioned, second half of the regular season. That's actually kind of crazy when we think how fast those 4 weeks went, you know, I would say, because so much happened in that time frame, and then now here we are, a new patch still, but also a new hero.
Yeah, and speaking of a new day, bringing you a better tomorrow, BPI empowers Pinoy gamers with the next level banking solutions to help you level up in life. Digital deposits, accounts, insurance, investments, loans, and more.
And you can start saving for an epic future. Open up your account now at #SaveUpAccount today via the BPI app.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal. One ID, 5 minutes, and you already have an account. Open an epic future with BPI.
Now, gentlemen, we all know that in the second half, we are already seeing or starting to see the shape of how the playoffs will be becoming. So far, Aurora remains undefeated on top. Is that what you expected coming into the season?
Me personally, no. I actually just talked about this previously on my own videos out there. I was one of the people that did not expect this. Now, I didn't think they would be, you know, super inconsistent and whatever people were talking about online. But I didn't know they'd be this good is the biggest thing. And now they're on this crazy win streak. They're 7-0.
Yeah. Going into the season, even the members of Aurora didn't expect them to be this good. But Demon Kite has already said he is 200% confident that they can continue this streak and that they can still beat the other teams in the second half of the season. Team Liquid Philippines stands at second in the standings. Of course, their only loss suffered at the hands of Aurora, who brought out the Estes in the game 3 in their series. You should check out last week. Of course, Team Falcons Philippines right under Team Liquid Philippines, while Onic, though, they have made their way to the top 4 because they have been able to defeat TNC, AB Bren, Omega, and Twisted Minds. However, they do not have a win over any of the top 3 teams on the standings. AB Bren, Omega, and Twisted are still having a difficult time. Now let's see if their fortunes will change this half of the season.
Speaking of major changes, compared to Season 14 and Season 15, we might just witness one of the hottest starts in the season, because so far, looking at the differences, the Season 15 is more intense.
Oh yeah, more action, plus 200 kills at this point. Compared to the halfway point of Season 14, we have 200 kills more this season. Increase in all kill events. There are already 2 Savages this season, both in the hands of members of Falcons Philippines, while there are also faster game duration extremes, but the game has gotten longer. The longest game of the season, 35 minutes, 45 seconds. Second longest, 30 minutes and 54. The average game time is 16 minutes and 29, although because of the extremes of long games, it feels like it has gotten even longer. If you look at the center of the graphic, you see the blue and red side win rate. It's a little bit even. Let's see how that changes with the introduction of Kalea for this weekend. And of course, with the top heroes picked this is where we're gonna have to look and see how the meta will change. Suyo, Granger, Phoveus, Farsa, Jawhead have dominated in terms of most picked in the role. While for the Heroes band, it's been the same old story. Juicy and Fanny, Matilda, Loyi, and Phoveus, same as the Heroes pick. How will that change with the inclusion of Kalea is the biggest question heading into this weekend.
You know, some things really never change. Speaking of some things that never change, looking at the Super Marco, kills with 0, that's living up to his name of Bulletproof, still leading alongside Domin, Kite, and Jome. And apart from that, what shines the most for you in terms of highest records in the game?
Before you answer that, I would say, looking at this, it's like a piece of armor, man. I think I would have equipped Season 15 with all those green numbers over there.
Oh, yeah. That's a lot of benefits.
That's a lot of benefits.
That's a lot of defense. I like it. Like our RPG mindset here is like
it's throwing me off, man.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, that's what we were talking about earlier in terms of like the kill events.
Yep.
Double kills, maniacs. We've already had 4. All the turtle kills, poor turtles, and the lords as well. So yeah, it's been a very kill-hungry season. Woo. But it has shown.
It has, and the one thing I see from this too is our rich guy isn't even a gold laner. Our rich guy of the season at 1,051 GPM is actually a jungler. It's Saida.
Whoa.
Yeah. And I think that's also kind of a depiction of how Snowball and Gold hungry the jungle is right now with the Assassin heroes in that lane. So here's today's schedule, though.
Yeah, later on, we might see the BPI rich guy Zaida once again back in action. Might go for a revenge up against Onic in a second match, our highlight match. But first things first, we will see another matchup between Aurora and Twisted Minds.
This is the perfect way to start off this weekend with all of the questions we have about the meta, about the picks, about Kalea, where is she gonna go? The go-to answer will be in the game because definitely she's going to get picked up today. It's Coach Master the Basics and Coach Bonchan. We know their track record in terms of drafts, how crazy they've gotten with their picks in the past and even in this season so far. So, come on, show us something spicy here.
Yeah. Can we, what do you guys think? Because our host asked us the question, where do you think Kalea is going to fit the best? I mean, probably most people say Rome.
For me, she's gonna fit the best in the red side ban.
Yeah.
For sure, I'm betting 100% ban on the newest hero, Kalea. But again, going back to Renmar's point, the epitome of the Ube lotion.
Ube lotion.
Ube lotion is something different. You only use that on the weekends, and it's only a Friday.
The epitome of the Ube lotion. Again, the coaches, Coach Master the Basics and Bonchan, shared the same banner under Blacklist International, and now they're actually reinventing what it means to play an Ube style.
I like it. It needed it, though, because there had to be some form of an evolution of the Ube strategy. Yeah. We saw little glimpses of it, you know, the past 4 weeks, and now you kind of consider that we still were seeing an evolution of this even before we consider that Kalea is coming in now, this week, you know? So, and the one that did that the most, obviously, was Renegade last week, where he just played how many different roams?
2.
He even brought out the Estes, right, which had great success. And so now, again, this Ube strat, is it going to change more? Is it going to continue to develop? And then you throw in Kalea into the mix. Yeah.
Again, when we talk about the Ube strat, it's about utility jungle with healing in the center of the map. Twisted Minds, I feel like, is the one who has shown that more so far this season. With their attempt to bring in Alice in the jungle, a Angela either as a roam or mid, Florin and or Matilda for Escalera, and even Haji flexing fighters in the mid lane to try and make sure that they can bring in the Alice in the jungle or utility in the jungle. So if you talk about the master of the Ube strat so far, in terms of trying to make it happen yet again, it's been Coach Bonchan. But with Aurora and Coach Master the Basics, literally they have gone back to what made the Ube strat work so hard. It isn't the healing, but it's the understanding of your power spike at the 6 to 8 minute mark. The picks for Yue has been crucial for that. You don't see it on the board there, but the Sicilian is something very important.
Yeah.
And you can't say that the Aurora hasn't tried something new. They are the only team so far this season to pick up the Franco and the Estes.
Yeah, and so far, all the relevant stats that, speaks Ube, RORA is leading it in terms of average kill participations, assists, and even Lord control. So far, Aurora, despite their crazy picks, like again, you mentioned the Franco, the Estes, they're making it work. And even if the mid lane has been predictable with the Sicilian, Aurora still remain unbeaten.
It's kind of it's kind of puzzling to me how UA just continues to pick the Sicilian in most of the series where he's just picking it, you know, every game and still having that success with it. So I was kind of questioning at one point, like, our team's going to actually decide to use a ban slot towards the Sicilian, or is it just you let it go? Is the game plan to go ahead and just end the game before that power spike you mentioned pops off for the team? Because, you know, I think one of the differences too is you have to consider, because Kalea coming in, that some of the bans or the banning patterns will have an effect too here for the meta.
Yeah. And looking at Twisted Mind so far, even if their record's not screaming greatness, still, one of the main factors why they're actually winning, apart from the utility jungle Alice, is actually Escalera's been rocking the heels ever since he was slotted in the place of Sensui.
Yeah, of course. The last time we saw these two teams face off against each other in week number 1, it was still Sensui playing in the roam. Escalera has brought out another level of picks that Aurora has to think about here. I think they're still going to be leaning towards favoring the Matilda and the Gatatkacha, but there's a whole slew of pocket picks that Aurora has to watch out for. The only team so far to have played the Hanzo, Julian, Kadita, Florin, and Alice are Twisted Minds. So if Aurora go into this with an idea of stability around the understanding of the power spike, you're going up against a team literally living up to their name, wanting to twist the minds of their opponents with all of the picks that they have in their pocket.
Yeah, and even if Twisted Minds lost their very final match last week up against the defending champions Onic, they showed heart. They showed that they can go toe-to-toe with the World Champions, because they were able to extend the game to 3 series, 3 games. A lot actually goes to the credit of James, the ultimate fighter, with his Phobias. But for you guys, what should Twisted do against Aurora MLBB?
You know, go ahead.
Is it discover a new meta? Oh, you go ahead now, Naisu.
No, I want you to read the multiple choice.
Introduce a new player. C, more pocket picks, or D, you guys decide, so comment it down below.
I'm going to pick D.
Why?
My comment down below is I'd love them to twist it so much they start winning some games.
Yeah.
Like winning some series. I don't care what they do. I would just like them to win some series.
Yeah, remember last week I mentioned, I forgot the matchup specifically. I think it was AP Bren and Omega.
Yeah.
Where I mentioned a very basic fundamental key to victory. Don't die.
Don't die.
So I feel like for Twisted Minds here, what they should do is don't lose.
Don't lose.
Win.
Yeah, easier said than done. Are you pertaining to, again, utility picks, especially in the room for Escalera, the Angelas? Maybe this time Twisted Minds twist the script and they pick up the Estes. We never know. But looking at Naisu's prediction, you still don't know what he's going for.
Yeah,
these aren't predictions. These are emotes.
Oh yeah, the emotes. Have you? I'm doing the Aurora emote.
They're new emotes. They're available on the shop. Get yours now.
And if you haven't gotten them yet, of course, other teams also have emotes like Onic, Omega, and TNC's Battle Emotes returns. Show your support for your favorite MPL team and buy them now at the in-game shop, you guys.
They're only 109 diamonds, right?
Yeah, but I already spent my 20,000 diamonds on skins I will never use because I'm just a roamer.
And someone instantly regretted it because no one has diamonds anymore for the Naruto collab.
Oh my god.
Okay, I don't have any for the collab anymore either because I spent it on the alpha.
You know,
yeah. The interesting thing about the alpha skin that I learned actually is the skin that changes in-game.
Yeah.
Because when you get 10 kills, it changes effects.
So
but, when in this meta are you ever going to get 10 kills with alpha, dog?
Dude, if you have not played with me on Alpha Dog 360.
It has been a while. It has been a while. It has been a while. So,
that's my name for him, Alpha Dog 360. That's an easy 10 kills, man.
I mean, we never know what we're going to expect again. Might as well just literally watch for today because, again, we're jam-packed here in the arena. And now all the fans are really waiting on who will be playing for their respective sides. That's why let's go out and check out who is going to battle it out in the Land of Dawn.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match, our marshals, Joshua, Chico, Sent, and David. After ending the first half of the spotless record, can the lights glow brighter in the coming weeks, or will there be a twist in the story? It's Aurora and Twisted Minds. The EXP laners, Mr. Consistent Edward, and the ultimate fighter, James. In the jungle, the last raider, Damon Kite, and MP the King. In the mid lane, the mid laner of the week, Yue, and the KDA machine, Hajizi. In the room, the back-to-back Roamer of the Week, Renegade, and the Magician, Escalera. And in the gold lane, our back-to-back Player of the Week, BennyQT, and making his debut, Jamal. And of course, their coaches, Coach Master the Basics and Coach Bonchan.
We are bringing back another classic because it is time for the face-off. Coach Bonchan, this time around, gusto niyong bumawi. Ano ang palag mo?
Hindi ako basta-basta nagiging random post.
Coach Master the Basics, the first time you guys met, you guys got the win. Paano mo masisigurado na sa inyo rin to? Ano ang palag mo?
Meron na akong bagong page.
Random post, bagong page, coaches, fist bump. Players, you can all do the same dahil magsisimula na ang laban sa pagitan ng Aurora Gaming versus Twisted Minds. Kaya naman, casters, rekta sa inyo.
Round 2 matchup is about to begin between Aurora versus Twisted Mind. But one thing that stays the same, the consistency of these 5 young men.
And again, it's Edward, DemonKite, Yue, Renegade, and BennyQT. These guys have, I felt like in a way this season made up for a whole lot that people had to say, constructive criticism-wise or not, leading into S15. And so far, they're the team. I would almost say that if they've been playing the way they have and even actually refine that, we might see this team go undefeated, like for the regular season.
Especially since they just defeated the 2 Titans, TL PH and Team Falcons. But one team that looks to end their streak is standing in their way right now, Twisted Minds Philippines.
I know the question in your minds right now, who the heck is Jamal? Well, he is one of the rookies this season, and he is the cousin of Hajizi. Currently in the global standings of MLBB in-game rankings, he is 50th in the world. This is why Twisted Minds PH brought this young man in. And the moniker for him within the camp of Twisted Minds PH, Hajizi 2.0.
But we all know it's a different ball game in the big leagues. And now, looking at the spider graph, clearly dominated by blue. It's Aurora MLBB winning every major statistics.
Well, I mean, they're undefeated, man. This feels like it's gonna be a tough mathematical battle for Twisted Minds if you're gonna look just at the numbers.
Yeah.
So hopefully, all the improvements that they've shown, they have been able to defeat AP Brand. They got a game off of Onic in their last few series. Up against Omega, they were the victim of Super Yoshi. But I mean, I feel like Twisted Minds PH has improved enough that they might be able to take out a game or maybe even defeat Aurora today.
Yeah, and I'm really excited on what crazy draft picks Bonchan has up against MTV and his some of his former squads under Blacklist International. And I'm really interested to know how the players are doing now coming into the second half of MPL Season 15.
Ason boy, pakita ko kayo magpani boy. Uy, rinig nyo ba ako tol? Let the killing begin.
Yue, ba't ganun? Ang lamig. Ang lamig. Nanlalamig na siya sa akin. We, kaya nga pag nakikita kita, nanlalabo paningin ko eh. Babalik na yung palag kong palag. Ha? Hotdog. Ano? Anonymous. Okay, no sa akin to. No. Palisin mo kuya mo, lalabanan kita boxing. Tara. Hindi nga dumami siya yung tore eh. Pure skill. Pure skill, not cheat man. Nakakainis, boses mo. Huwag ka nang kumanta.
You know, everyone has been singing in the mic check, singing, rapping. Everyone's becoming an artist so far coming in to the second half of the week once again. And we just heard the 2 gold laners again, the next standard, BennyQT up against the debuting, the plot twist of Twisted Minds, Jamal.
All right, so give Jamal a rough welcome. Actually, no, I think no, we flipped the script for this one. All right, for Twisted Minds, give a surprise twist. That isn't just Jamal, but that's also the picks, I guess. For Aurora, give Jamal a rough welcome. I mean, rotation-wise, Demon Kite-wise, and yes, I'm singling out Demon Kite here. Don't give Jamal an easy time to farm. There's a reason why the young man has been playing in the amateur leagues for so long and has its global 50th in terms of overall rankings. And for both of these two teams, Slow and Steady wins the race. They understand power spikes very well, something that we mentioned out earlier. So you don't have to rush into anything. You respect the 6 to 8 minute power spike timer so much that that's become your main forte, so hold on to that.
Yeah. Jamal really needs to watch out up against the next standard, because if you recall, last week we saw an amazing game by Aurora where Dominkai just called a split push with his Moskov to defeat Team Falcons, right? If I recall correctly, yeah.
I specifically remember that moment too. He wasn't even sure, like, am I actually ending here? Like, are they actually gonna let this happen? And it was a great thing to see him do, because Domin Kite, I mean, the Kite brothers, that whole duo that we've seen between him and Demon Kite so far has paid a huge dividend to just Aurora's success. I mean, everybody obviously doing so much in their roles, but Domin Kite specifically and Demon Kite have really played that part, and I would say it's going to be the same here in this game.
And now as we enter the drafting phase, we saw earlier on that Aurora has selected the blue side. Earlier today, we saw a graphic wherein a blue side slightly dominated the red side, and since the availability of Kalea coming into this week, Renmar, how will the draft change this time?
Well, also, other than Kalea coming in, I have two picks in the back of my head that I'm thinking is going to be the low-key trade so far. Chip and the Phoveus. Chip, teams have been starting to show is actually a threat if you give it to them, of course, with his Y-Walk now being global. But there's something about the Phoveus this season that has been beastly. Aurora, undefeated still, with the Phoveus in their hands. Well, for Twisted Minds, they've been really good when James gets his hand on the Phoveus. But it doesn't only apply for these two teams, it applies for all the teams in the league. So let's see how that's going to factor in, as Aurora has respected the Alice strat and has taken away one jungle from the side of Twisted Minds. So with the jungler trade gone, Granger, Harith, Kalea, even Chip, all on the board right now.
Look at Aurora with the first pick. We might see, and we hear it already. We are celebrating the newest addition to the MLBB family has now been selected.
I have to ask, like, assuming that this is going to Renegade, what is he now?
He's a slam man.
You know, the fish man?
This is the perfect. The merman.
The merman? Is he now Aquaman? Yeah. Like, what is he?
Okay, so this is what we were talking about earlier. Actually, this is the perfect hero for Renegade. It hits and it heals. So it's actually the Renegade hero for now, I guess. Well, for Twisted Minds, the Sicilian and the Harith, they go with the combo, and at the same time, they take away the key pick for Aurora that we mentioned before, which was the Sicilian. So we've seen how already with the series so far, the draft has changed. Granger has fallen out of favor, although Granger will probably get slotted in here for Aurora. While they might continue playing around the idea of flexing Kalea, I'd want to see them consider a mid lane picked up already for Yue. The Eve is available if they want to go ahead and pick it. However, they also have a low-key very good for Ramis pickup. Let's see if they're going to lean towards that. But it's the Phoveus of Edward that's undefeated that they go for.
That was such a good steal. But still, Twisted Minds coming into this season, they're the only team who was able to pick out that Hanzo, and now it's going to fall in the hands of MP the King once again. Second banning phases. Junglers are the target of Twisted Minds. Let's take out the Ling.
All right, so Aurora has already shown their card. However, there is a possibility that Aurora might be considering putting this Kalea in the jungle, as she has, after multiple testing and talking with a bunch of players, Kalea in the jungle is actually very viable. So they're still going into this with a potential flex pick in the second phase. So now, Twisted Minds have to consider taking away one more Renegade pick so that they turn off a flex. I don't want to see them put too many jungle bans, because I feel like that's already enough, unless they want to take away the Hayabusa from Demon Kite, which has also a pretty good track record for him. If I'm not mistaken, he is 2-0.
I was going to say, I think he's undefeated on the Hayabusa.
Yeah. And if you really want to back on the Ubelution strat again, you could go one of the heroes that you mentioned earlier on, the Alpha who has an amazing skin, can fall in the hands of BennyQT if Twisted Minds continues to twist or put a chokehold on how many junglers are remaining for Aurora. Last bans are up. Twisted Minds, again, they are going with the Farsa ban, so they're limiting what Yue can also dish out in the Land of Dawn.
I think it might be quite annoying for Aurora or for Twisted Minds to deal with a Faramis plus a Kalea in the center of the map. That's a good amount of crowd control and you can help it out. However, there's a possibility that despite the nerf onto Hanzo, which reduced the capabilities of his Hanekage form, that's when he goes all angry demon ghosty, you know, that one for skill 1 and the ultimate. There is still a lot of damage when he decides to go for the skill 1 Hanekage version, which could force out the ultimate of the Faramis early. But with the Valentina ban here for Aurora, that might actually be what they're leaning into.
Yeah, and apart from that, MP the King can be an objective man once again, especially after the adjustments, as you mentioned, to Hanzo. So right now, Twisted Minds, they're still lacking a roamer and an XP lane. James's Phobius has now been taken off by Edward, and they stick with the Gatotkacha. How will Aurora respond?
Last 2 picks. For the mid lane, I think maybe they do go with the Faramis. Yeah, Faramis would be a ton of the utility. It's going to be nice to see UA pick up something else too, just because the Sicilian was taken in that first phase.
Yeah.
And then for the last one, this is kind of the question too. You mentioned this earlier, Redmar. Is the Kalea going to be? Could it actually? No, it can't be Flex anymore, can it? Unless it is in the jungle, which they questioned earlier. But there's a Lucas.
Is this a Lucas jungle?
Might be.
Oh, somewhere out there, Leo's already like, oh, in his head. But it's not going to be the Faramis. They go for the Veil. They needed the crowd control because of the dive getting dished out here. And it makes team fighting actually for a Harith so difficult. But the Harith is the most played hero of Jamal. So let's see how it'll work. While for James, with the Phobius gone, CC and Hilda, I think, are going to be his 2 best options. Considering that Twisted Minds have shown that James is so proficient with it, I think Hilda's going to be his go-to pick here.
Yeah, but you know, the way...
Allow me to lead the charge.
There, you called it. Good call, Redmar. Hilda will be locked by the Ultimate Fighter, one of his signature heroes, down to even when he was back in MDL. The lineups are set. We're seeing sort of switches when it comes to the mid lanes, especially. Yue this time doesn't have his signature Sicilian. It's going to fall in the hands of Twisted Minds. And of course, the debut of the much-awaited Kalea will be in the hands of the Merman, Renegade.
Yeah, the stable's so excited. Inga's already smacking it.
Yeah, because, you know, second half, we already see the Kalea right in action. And for you guys, if you haven't tried out this hero, you gotta try it out, because again, it's easy win, a sure win in ranked games. And so far, still, the draft index leaning towards Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I think this number is quite skewed considering that we don't have enough data on the Kalea just yet. But then again, Lucas Jungle does not have a glowing track record even since SPS.
Yep.
So it's been a while since we saw Lucas Jungle that didn't struggle. Let's see how Aurora will make it work.
Game number 1. Will we see a revenge tour for Twisted Minds up against the undefeated kings of MLBB? So far, Aurora, or will Aurora continue their dominance?
Going up into this too, I'm wondering how that matchup's going to work. Just because, yeah, Lucas hasn't done too well in the jungle, and then you're up against a Hanzo, who is currently sitting at that 0% win rate. I think it is only MP the King that's picked them up so far, so pretty standard stuff to start the game.
All right, so the rotation is to make sure that the Lucas gets to farm faster. Renegade hugged and leashed the orange buff, and BennyQT went for blue first. So they're already at the Scaled Lizard area in the bottom half of Twisted Minds' jungle, and they're invading that, while the Jamal, seems like a mashup-wise, is getting stopped a little bit by BennyQT in lane. By the way, for Kalea, she is the 127th unique hero picked throughout MPL Philippines history, and number 61 in terms of unique hero picked this season.
Wait, how many heroes do we have already in the Land of Dawn? Is it more than 120? It's got to be more than 127. So
yeah, not every hero has been specifically picked up just yet, but
yeah. And looking at the emblem so far, I didn't see what I didn't see what the Renegade rocked with the Kalea there.
knowing Kalea, it's most likely support emblem, very similar to a Badang emblem build-up because you want to maximize the cooldown reduction. By the way, 128 unique heroes.
Wow.
So there's only one.
What's the one?
If I'm not no, it's not a Mia. We'll go back to that at some point.
Yeah, I'm wondering what is the one that hasn't been picked up?
Okay, so far, Jamal trying to stand his ground against the next standard. This is going to be basically Jamal's trial by fire. Imagine going in mid-season and you're up against the next standard and the undefeated team in Aurora MLBB. First turtle up for grabs already. Edward already zoning out the members in Twisted Minds.
He's going to go ahead and just show up at the front side. MP will jump in with that Pinnacle Ninja. Still going to be breaking it forward, but the Infernal Pursuit, he's quite tanky, but UA finally falls in the exchange. MP goes back. Escalera doesn't get away as Demon Kite will pick up a kill. Still, turtle for the taking. Edward at less than half health. He might go down. Another Infernal Pursuit. Holding his own against James, and here comes the slam from Renegade. Retribution's going to be used, though, and they won't be able to catch James.
Edward was literally one more hit, but again, with the addition of Renegade, a lot of heals are coming in with MP.
Oh, Renegade gets taken out by MP.
Num, 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 num.
Delicioso. And I think that's a very good example as to why Kalea is quite busted right now. But good thing the Twisted Minds got into that actually with a revitalize for the Gacha, and they held out. James had very good positioning that made Aurora think twice, hence why in the long run, Twisted Minds were able to win that skirmish because James didn't let go of his pressure point in the back line, and it made Aurora hesitate somewhat. I mean, the Kingdom getting invaded by Aurora.
Okay, UA gonna take the Avatar of the Guardian. Whoa, UA won't be able to escape either. Renegade holding on. Doesn't want to use that Tsunami Slam just yet. Zabat Force comes down, waiting for the team, but he'll get taken out. So two fall. A very aggressive choice from RORA, but it won't capitalize on anything.
Very quick rotation actually by the two EXP laners, Phobius and the Hilda. Both let go of their lanes to join in the skirmish in the upper half of the map. So I think right now these two teams are in the same wavelength, but Twisted Minds, in terms of improvement, they're showing it already. They're fighting a little bit better, their comms are clean, execution is clean, and they're not just giving up if it looks like it's not a good fight to take anymore. They're trying to find ways to get back into it.
Yeah, so far Twisted Minds already looking good. Even Jamal, despite going up against Dominic, actually is doing good. A lot of that, of course, will add up to the fact that they have Purify. So even if Aurora starts their aggression early on, especially the crowd controls coming in from Renegade, one Purify can do the job and twist the game right into their favor. And right now, Twisted Minds already a 1.7k gold lead. And looking at the lineup, you don't want to be this behind, especially early on, up against a team with a Sicilian.
Yeah, the fact too that MP's got these early kills, this is probably the best situation he's been on the Hanzo since he's the one picking it up. So on his way to go ahead and scale up, goes in now for Edward, might be able to pop off the feast. Infernal Pursuit again, comes through, has to flicker defensively, but he's still alive, goes down, jumps on in, and Edward survives the 2v1!
Oh my god, the Brave Thought worked, but look at this!
There's a Tsunami Slam once again. Renegade will back off, bought enough time, but Escalera popped the Revitalize. Jeezy goes down, and Avatar of the Guardian going to be used from Escalera. Gets a ton off with the Unbreakable, and James waits in the brush now, chasing for UA. Demon Kite on the run, has to get away from James and UA. There's the flicker forward from James. James still on the run. Can't get him, and now he's going to be in trouble. Gets knocked in the air, and here's the rest of the squad to come crashing down as they punish James.
Twisted Minds slipped on the discipline there. In lane, Jamal gets single-handedly taken out by Dominkite, while James committed the flicker, tried to outplay the Lucas in the beast form, the Sacred Beast form, just wasn't the right call there by James. And now the early efforts of Twisted Minds have slipped out of their hands, and it's going to the side of RORA now, with them being able to break the first tower in game.
Okay, Jamal pops his Purify already. They're trying to go in, flickers out for Aurora, but Twisted Minds going for the chase.
MP looking to get the feast off again on UA. Hajizi will clean up their kill, but enough damage from MP to cap it off. So they do get a kill in that, but they did get the Purify again. They have to play around Renegade's pressure with that Kalea and that Tsunami Slam.
Okay. Really a back and forth matchup happening right now. Dominkite already has his Hunter Strike. It's Sky Piercer, so you can expect the range and the aggression that Aurora can bring. They can pour it onto Twisted Minds at any given moment. But looking at the matchup, it's all boiling down to extended team fights. So far, if Twisted Mind, if they don't have the Revitalize, they're having a hard time, especially countering out Edward's Brave Smite, and not to mention the heals coming in from the Hitman, the Merman rather.
The Merman.
Well, Aurora has to look out though for MP the King. 2 kills already. And both of them coming from the back off of being able to maximize the Soul Snatch. That is the name of his Demon Feast when he is in the Forbidden Ninjutsu or the Hanekage form. And that was the one, if I'm not mistaken, was nerfed a little bit. The buff was in the human version, the Demon Feast form.
Okay, now Twisted Minds trying to aid Jamal in his own lane. But Edward might respawn right away alongside the members of Aurora. So far, 20 seconds before the next turtle will be, before the next lord will be, wait, was it the turtle? Yeah, the turtle will be spawning.
Yeah, third one of the game.
Yeah, third one in the game. So far, one each has been secured by both of these teams. And again, it's going to be a matter of who's going to, so far, do a crowd control first, because we haven't seen much crowd control coming in from the Hitman himself.
Yeah, it keeps getting cleaned out or purified out. So we've seen it a little bit, usually onto Escalera. But let's see if he's going to be able to get a big pick at some point in the fight.
This one again, Ren and Jay holding down the front. Going to go in and jump in and just has to get out. Dodges the Avatar of the Guardian. But they're going to respect MP as Haji fell, and now they're going to fight for it. MP gets the turtle. Last one of the game, but they're still going to force the fight. Jamal in trouble too. Under this Almond Force. Won't be able to escape Demon Kite. And they get Escalera too. They might have lost the turtle, but they got 3 kills.
And it's looking like they're planning to extend that by going for the middle lane. MP the King trying to delay the push of Aurora, but this time you can already feel a Renegade. He has the capability to go ahead and do that.
He's jumping on in. They're going to be looking for James. James won't be able to survive the shots coming out from Domen Kite. Now the mid turret, the tier 1's going to fall. MP again goes in, finds it, and takes out Renegade.
He's really using that Soul Snatch very well as an execute. Although Aurora does have the lead here, they were able to win the last team fight. Good call by Aurora, specifically Demon Kite. Go ahead and chase Hajizi. The Sicilian is the key piece for the Twisted Mind strategy here. And although he has suffered 2 deaths, the farm has been going well for him. He has a big lead compared to US Vale, who only has around 4K, while he's getting closer to the 5.5, 5.6 mark. I'm talking about Hajizi. And when it gets to the very late game, Twisted Minds actually has a very gnarly late game lineup that can defend quite well around the raw damage between the Harith, Sicilian, and the Hanzo. The only question will be is if Escalera and James can hold out long enough for their main damage dealers to do their job.
Yeah, so far we've seen Escalera and James actually try and isolate the backline of Aurora, but the mobility of Aurora that they're showing just goes to show how capable they are for going this, but look at this!
Look at the damage for him, even Edward, he's not taking enough, he gets back MP, but there's the knock-up into the windstorm! UA finally catches MP, gives him his first death.
Okay, so the #1 problem that Aurora was facing was MP the King's Hanzo, and they were able right away to make quick work of that. Heads-up play coming in from UA for finding where the body is lying, setting up Aurora for might be a clean Lord take, because Twisted Minds, they have to give this away.
All right, the first Lord now going to the side of Aurora. Twisted Minds will have to play from their defense. Luckily, Hajizi didn't have a hard time farming up. Now the question is if it's Jamal on the board. In terms of the items, he's already up to, well, only the Feather of Heaven. Still waiting on his third. Once the third item gets locked in for that Harith, the defense for Twisted Minds is going to go well, since Magic Lantern is already up for the Sicilian. Look at Domenkai though. No death just yet. Already up to 4 items with the Sky Piercer, Sea Halberd, and Malefic Roar after a Hunter Strike. So other than the question of will the front line of Twisted Minds be able to hold on long enough for their backliners to deal damage, can they even reach Doming?
Close call there. But still, Aurora, the Pinnacle Ninja, it's just quick work for them. It's just easy work. They can actually burst him down right away. As you mentioned, Renmar, the damage is so far from Aurora clearly is there. And they might be even able to take away an inhibitor turret if things go well for the Northern Lights. Again, their Holy Shields still for Twisted Mind has been popped. That's good pop there for Aurora. So the Lord can CJ onto the bottom lane.
They go ahead and pop those down. Lord will charge in the bottom base turret. Twisted Minds holds on, they can clear it out. MP's now going to join the fight, jump in, takes a ton of damage already, has to go back. Returns back to his body. But it's Twisted Minds that will hold on to the base turret down in the bottom lane.
Oh man, it's looking like Twisted Minds, you just really have to hope that the Sanguine Claws or a good AOG from Escalera will connect, because Twisted Minds in the base defense, they're banking on MP the King to do something, but by the time the Pinnacle Ninja is available, it's already bursted down by Aurora.
Yeah, Twisted Minds will now bank on the idea that, okay, we can defend, we can hold on as long as Sicilian doesn't go down early. It's going to be around Hajizi to be able to hold on and defend. Because if Aurora mess up one engage, one siege, if they get blasted by the Sicilian, that's when MP the King and Jamal should enter and fight. By the way, quick item update for the Harris, still on the way to the Holy Crystal, 7K for Jamal. And speaking of the young man's debut, so far I've seen some points of pain points for the young man. Growing pain, still he is a rookie. There were times where he should have just backed off. And let's see if he can time those a little bit better, especially in the defense, because he's going to be very important in those scenarios.
Yeah, it might be because of his aggression and eagerness to one-up one of the best gold laners so far in MPL Season 15. Lord will be spawning in 35 seconds. A while ago, it was detrimental for Twisted Minds because they were able to pick off MP the King down to the middle lane because of Yue prior to the first Lord. And if Twisted Minds somehow does that again, it's going to be hard for them to contest for the Lord.
Yeah. By the way, DemonKai's been on fire with this Lucas jungle.
It's like the first time this has actually worked.
Yeah, I think it's because Aurora are playing around the idea of make sure that DemonKai's positioning isn't similar to the Fredrin's Bakshos of old, the utility jungle style, wherein he's acting more like an EXP laner hunting down the back line, looking for Hajizi, knowing that he has an escape tool, and he'll be able to get away in case he needs to, while still being able to deal a devastating amount of damage. So the suggestion by Aurora in terms of how to make this Lucas jungle work has been on point.
Okay, let's see if they're going to make it work once again. Because second Lord up for grabs. Good position here by Aurora. Now Twisted Minds. They're able to manage the lanes very well, but there's minions up top and they're going to eventually have to deal with that. And Aurora has the ball in their park.
Yeah, so they'll just keep juggling this back and forth right now. They're going to see that MP has to deal with that wave here in just a sec. Some of the buffs are coming up too, so they might not commit to this unless they actually get that information and then just give it a whole green light right now. But it's sitting at half health with the Lord Dance, so James is just going to hold the front, give the information.
Yeah, what's Ube, Lucian without a proper long Lord Dance? But Aurora, they might actually go and commit this time a soft reset on the Lord. Twisted Minds, 5-man, ready to engage. Sanguine Claws will connect. Hajizi already pops his ult. MP the King with the ultimate as well. Conceal coming in from Escalera. They forced out Aurora back.
MP will have to go back, returns with his body.
That's a reset.
That's a reset, especially the fact you don't have Bat's Feast anymore here. You also use the Conceal. So that's just the green light to take this Lord. I don't think Twisted Minds is going to be able to get in any position. MP's going to jump in though. Isn't able to do anything. Yue again popping off the damage, and now they're going to be focusing on Jamal. Jamal, Summon Force won't be enough, even though they take out Renegade. But DemonKai goes forward, picks up a triple kill as MP the King goes back to base all alone. But he can't go 1 versus 4 against RORA. They're looking to end the game at the 15-minute mark, and they'll do just that as MP desperately tries to stay in the game, but it's not enough as RORA takes game 1.
A clean show of dominance by the undefeated top team. Coming into the second half of the week, Aurora takes game 1 away from Twisted Minds. What an amazing play. We finally saw the debut of Kalea so far in the roam in the hands of the Merman Renegade. And Jamal, there are a bit of some pain points as you mentioned, but it looks like he's eager to bounce back coming into game number 2.
Oh, on point there for Yue and DemonKai, who did not suffer a death in that game. He is now 10 wins, 3 losses for this Granger. Very clean game from him, but I want to commend Yue with how he was able to maximize the wind blow and the windstorm right there at the end. That's what messed up the entry of Twisted Minds and what made MP the King's health go from I'm ready to fight to oh damn, let's just bounce back game number 2.
It's like you literally, he jumps in, he's like, yeah, I gotta go back right now.
All right, I'm here, guys. Sorry, I gotta bounce.
Bounce. And then by the time he goes back, his team's gone.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't. Maybe that's the life of a dark ninja.
Of an MP the King, but not to mention one of the standouts also for Aurora is DemonKite finally making the Lucas jungle work. I mean, what difference did DemonKite do in order for this Lucas to work this time around?
Again, as you mentioned earlier, he played it like a assassin. He was hunting the backline. He was really waiting for his entry for Unleash the Beast. He's not the guy standing forward, getting the information. Lucas jungles in the past have struggled because it felt sluggish, but then the early rotation of Aurora, what they did, leashing the orange buff for the Lucas. So by the time he got there, Renegade already did a good amount of damage for it and was able to make sure that Lucas gets it right away.
And I think part of it too, I know we're going to see our MVP here, is going to be DemonKite, but going back to it, I would say the reason why DemonKite was able to do that and play the Lucas to that victory was because, again, you have Edward with the Phobius, who has not lost yet. And he's that frontline guy, so he's giving all that information to DemonKite and DomenKite to allow them that space to be where they need to be.
Yeah, not to mention the time bought by Edward, because all eyes were on him during particular parts, especially down to the bottom lane, where he was ganked up by James and MP the King. One more hit away under his earth. He was still able to survive. That's how good Mr. Consistent was during game number 1. And looking at the early start, actually, Twisted Minds, it looks like they were in full control because there was a part even that Twisted Minds had an almost 2K gold lead.
This is where they slipped, and this is where I'm thinking Jamal should have just backed off instead of diving into this with his dashes and the Zaman Force. I knew he was under it. I know that there are members of Aurora low, but at that point, it was a losing effort for Twisted Minds. But the MVP highlights, of course, will highlight what DomenKite brought to the table here, which was stability and consistency. Staying alive, being very difficult to take down. He's one of the best, if I'm not mistaken, the best Granger so far statistically this season. DomenKite, man dubbed as the next standard. He's top gun this season 15.
Yeah, and he's showing what he's capable of, even up against a team as resilient as Twisted Minds. And so far, Aurora looks like they're really unbothered, unbeaten, still in full control. And they're living up to what DemonKite has mentioned, that this time they're 200% confident in, was it taking down the streak of Onic with a 13-1?
No, beating everyone.
Basically,
yeah.
that's also the same.
Yeah, pretty much the same idea. He just said it in a different way, you know. He's just saying that he wants to go 14-0 and he thinks he could do it.
He said it as like a dad.
Yeah, and he said it like a dad too. By the way, it's an assassin emblem for the Lucas, so that's where the damage comes from. But it also went sort of like hybrid. It used raw damage to be able to use Spell Vamp to bring his life back to a healthier amount. So instead of building for defense, except for that Brute Force Breastplate and those Queen's Wings, he went for raw damage first, then with items with good Spell Vamp and cooldown reduction. So that's how he stayed alive. That's how he was able to stay tanky for Aurora. But again, they didn't play this as like a utility jungle where he's holding the front. The Kalea and the Phobius together make for a devastating front line that not only holds the front line very well and for a long amount of time, but deals that hurts a lot amount of damage.
Yeah, that's where the Lucian.
It's always the lotion.
Why can't you get lotion out of your mind right now?
That's where the Ube Lucian is coming from.
Can we get an actual company to make some Ube lotion for Ingan over here?
Wait, you want to make it edible,
sponsor? No.
But again, that might be the epitome of the Ube Lucian again. The jungler not being just a utility, it could be flex as an assassin, whatever role you want from DemonKite. And now our BPI rich guy for 100, I don't know if it's almost 100, but still the next standard DomenKite with a gold per minute of 831.
A lot of space provided for this young man, and my mind keeps going back to the draft and them being able to pick up the Veil. Instead of going for an all-in fight for the Faramis, they decide we need a stopper. So they go ahead and picked up a Veil, in which provided so much space for DomenKite to shine. Of course, he's going to get the rich guy here, but of course, you also have to acknowledge the fact that he straight up beat Jamal in lane.
Yep.
There was a crucial moment wherein he was able to
Solo
kill Jamal. Yeah.
Yeah, Jamal, I think you mentioned this in game, Renmar. It's his debut here for the professional league. Obviously, he is a very skilled player. He's highly ranked globally and everything else. But that's always the case when we see these amazing players come into the professional league. It does take them some time to find their footing, right? No matter how seasoned or how many games and accolades they got in the amateur scene and then to where they are now, it's apparent that they have to find their footing in it. And you're going against a guy like Dominkite right now who's been on fire lately. He went through this too at one point when he was first introduced for, was it NXP?
Yeah.
Right? So we were saying the same thing for Dominkite back then. Like, man, imagine the potential that this player has. Look where he is now, seasons later. And so for Jamal, I think, again, give him some time. I know this is a lot of people's first time seeing Jamal play because you're used to seeing outplayed play there instead. So maybe in game 2, he'll be able to find some adjustments and kind of be a little more passive against Dominkite.
Yeah, what I like about Jamal, though, is that he's a go-getter. Even though the things that I labeled as pain points, him deciding to fight when he needs to back off, those are things that you can easily rectify.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell a passive player, hey, we need you to fight more, because everything in your brain is telling you, no, I need to play it safe.
Yeah.
And that's where a lot of the gold laners, go under the rug here. But Jamal has already shown that, okay, I just want to fight. But it's so easy, or it's easier to develop a player to have a little bit more of a defensive mindset.
Put me in,
and
coach.
balance it. Yeah,
it's
exactly.
like that's the attitude.
Yeah.
Put me in, coach.
And that's why we actually say a lot of improvements come from the discipline that star players will be getting. And now the meta check for Kalea's effect. Renmar, please explain, how do we play this Kalea?
All right, you hit things and you don't stop.
Okay.
And you maximize the puddles that you spawn with every skill that you dish out. Your second skill becomes a jump in the air if you bump into a wall and if you bump an edge of your puddle. And that's one of the reasons why Kalea is so shifty. But there are theories around her. Roam, XP, or jungle. Those are her possible roles. Will she be a 100% ban rate like Chip in Season 14? So far, she's let through. Let's see if she's going to continue getting let through. Red side Kalea ban, of course, that we did not see. Twisted Minds decided to play into it. And will this bring in a resurgence of utility meta? Again, I don't think so, but it puts the option there. It's very possible with how offensive-minded Kalea is.
Yeah.
She is one of the two support fighter heroes that's labeled in-game, the other being Kaja. And when you look at her rank game data in Mythic rank and up in the past 7 days since her release, highest ban rate, 97%. Pick rate, though, quite low, but when she shows up, that's around a 55% win rate. That is global rank game data stats.
Yeah, and among the many reasons why Kalea has been popping off in her ranked games is apart from his a lot of crowd control skills, we actually saw the sustain that Kalea brought to the table in game number 1, especially during the first phases of the game, wherein the continuous heal that Kalea brings in the hands of Renergy was just too immense, because a lot of times Edward was supposed to die in that game, but he stayed alive as the Mr. Consistent of that game.
Yeah, think about it like this. Kalea and her ultimate make her a pick-off-centric hero, and her second skill as well. She has strong crowd control. Usually the trade-off for pick-off heroes is they can't last long in fights. Here comes an OP hero who is based for pick-off, but is even good with long extended team fights.
So we're calling her OP.
I'm sorry. That's what it feels like. I mean, she's not unbeatable, but in terms of like what she brings to the table, her kit, her self-sustain, there's a lot.
Clearly she's winning that support fighter against Kaja. like Kaja's got his divine judgment, but
that's it.
That's about it.
That's it.
His other abilities aren't as useful as Kalea's kit here. And I think one of the things that really plays a part too is you saw how effective it was when, again, just the ultimate alone, the Tsunami Slam, it's going to force out all those purifies. So if you actually are able to just go ahead and, let's say you catch someone or you don't, you get a purify or it's picked up by a team, that's going to force those battle spells to come out. There's going to be multiple purifies. Now, that can play a part where you just send your Kalea to go get those purifies out and then you follow through with the rest of the crowd control. And that's really what we saw from this lineup here.
And not to mention that for a part when Kalea is casting her ultimate, she's CC immune. So
Is it there?
this is another reason why Kalea has really been OP. I was actually expecting a lot more clashes or initiations set by Renegade.
Yeah.
I felt a bit underwhelmed. I wanted those amazing plays from the Hitman himself, but I do get that. It's still the first time Kalea has been selected. Players will be adjusting to how they will be using Kalea to its fullest potential. But again, if you guys just missed it, this is game number 1, series number 1 for the second half of the season. It's Twisted Minds versus Aurora, and I'm really curious to know what's happening at Green Sun Hotel Makati. Hans, Kalusi, it's your time to shine.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Kanina lamang ay may chance tayo para makapanayam si Jamal making his debut match for today together with Coach Bonchan representing Twisted Minds. Kalaban nila ang Aurora Gaming who's currently up in the series 1-0. Nasabi ni Coach Bonchan na ang rason kung bakit niya pinasok itong si Jamal sa lineup was because he wanted to give equal opportunities para sa kanyang mga manlalaro. He doesn't want to leave any regrets na malay mo. Paano kung si Jamal pala ang kanilang maging susi to get some wins and get some momentum heading forward into the next weeks of the MPL Philippines. At even kahit pa ito ang unang beses na sasalta itong si Jamal sa MPL Arena, hindi na siya bago because he has been playing in the amateur scene for years. At ito rin ang naging rason kung bakit na-discover siya na Coach Bonchan at ang kanyang pinsan pala na si Hadjizi, and they are now together part of one lineup. Nabanggit din yan kanina ni Hadjizi at nasabi niya sa akin na kung excited si Jamal to showcase what he can do here in MPL Philippines, ay mas excited din siya para sa kanyang pinsan. They never really got close as family members, but they've gotten more close in the bootcamp as long as they were together. And finally, nasabi rin ni Jamal na in that Gold Lane matchup, nakaharap na niya itong si Doming. Kahit used to be Doming that is part of Cerebrum Esports, but then moving forward, he will try to do his best and continues to showcase na hindi lang siya makakabawi dito sa game number 2, but also try and make things work para sa kanyang kupunan and head it forwardly into a game number 3. But before anything else, bago natin irekta pabalik sa ating mga casters, we will be going on to this side because we're gonna be seeing some familiar faces. Everybody give it up for RSG, former RSG players. That's Nibor, Aqua, Kusei, and of course you have Exort. Nakita nyo na siya. Nagsama-sama pa talaga kayong mga hindi nagsasalita, no? Ang hirap naman. Okay, sinong may hawak ng mic? Kusei, kamusta ka naman?
Okay lang po.
Saan ka ba namin makikita? Parang ang tagal ka na naman hindi nakikita.
Lumipat po ng Malaysia, Esports.
Alright, so you are formally a Filipino import and we're excited for you. Actually, ito naman, pili ka ng kakausapin ko dyan. Kasi hindi, na tumingin na. Sige, Nibor. Nibor, parang ang tagal ka namin hindi nakita. Kamusta ka naman? Ano nang pinagkakabalahan mo ngayon?
Okay lang po. Nag-RG lang, RG boy.
RG boy ka muna today, RG boy. So, may chance ba na makita ka namin like in the future with like an MPL team, NDL team? Nandun pa rin ba yun? Kino-consider mo pa rin ba siya?
Opo, inaantay ko lang po matapos yung, basta yung ano.
Okay, inaantay niya lang matapos yung basta, kung ano man yung kailangan matapos. Exort, parang nakita ka namin dito last week Nagkaayaan lang ba? Paano ba nangyari to na magkakasama na naman kayo ulit?
Biglaan lang po nagkaayaan. Tapos gumawa na bigla ng GC. Tapos ayun po, sumama na po kaming lahat. Kasama ka po dapat si Irad pero hindi siya natuloy.
Okay. So Irad, sayang naman kung napapanood mo to, nakaligtas ka kasi na-interview yung 4. Aqua, kamusta ka naman? Parang, ang tagal ka na kasi namin hindi nakikita. Na-miss ka na namin na nandyan ka sa entablado. What do you think of the matchup so far ng MPL Philippines? Itong Aurora versus Twisted.
Nakaka-enjoy po manood. Sarap.
Nakaka-enjoy manood. Parang mukha namang nag-e-enjoy ka. Tapos may nabanggit din sa akin kanina yung Kalea daw. Nalaro mo na ba yung Kalea sa RG or nasubukan niyo na ba siya, boys?
Oo po. Medyo medyo parang daya niya gamitin.
Madaya yung hero. Nararamdaman mo. Exort, ikaw?
Oo, madaya siya pero mayroon naman din siyang counter ngayon. Meron na.
Na-miss nyo ba maglaro sa MPL Philippines? I wanna know, honestly. Ikaw, Exort.
Para sa akin, oo. Kasi parang Philippines yung pinakamalakas na bansa sa buong mundo eh. Kaya parang nakamiss din maglaro dito.
Philippines ang pinakamalakas sa buong mundo. Just respect. Ikaw, Nibor, sa'yo ko sisimulan. Tapos dito na tayo sa dulo bago natin i-toss pabalik sa ating mga casters. What do you think of this matchup? Aurora or Twisted Minds?
Twisted po, 1-1 yan.
Twisted.
Ako nakaupo eh.
Ano?
Twisted po, dito po ako.
Sa Twisted ka kasi nakaupo. Okay. Okay. So, Twisted 2-1 ka. Okay? 2-1. Exhort?
Ano? Twisted din, 2-1.
Twisted 2-1. So, dalawa na para sa Minds. Aqua?
Twisted din, 2-1.
Twisted 2-1. And finally, Kusei?
Twisted 2-1. Sorry, Kite. Wala eh.
Sorry daw, Kite. Ayan na, sumisilip na si Kite. Tignan natin kung kayo ba talaga ang salam o kayo ang swerte ng Twisted Minds because we're gonna be going over the game number 2. Kaya naman, casters, balik sa inyo.
It's nice to see former MPL players, former Raiders here in MPL Arena.
they're giving predictions against their former teammate.
Yeah. Demon Kite was laughing at the predictions, even threw up a thumbs up in acknowledgement of the little jest. But I like the reasoning of Nibor. It's because he's sitting in the Twisted Mind side.
That's true. That's true.
Twisted Mind.
The RORA side is completely full, by the way.
Yeah, it's packed.
It's always
no, even
full.
Twisted side.
Twisted is nearly
it's full now. Yeah.
But speaking of Twisted
RORA's
side,
is full before we even are allowed in here.
Oh yeah. Look at the opening. Like it took a while
it's full.
for the
you know, maybe Twisted Minds people are just late. Again, it's Friday.
They're twisting their minds.
Their minds have been twisted.
What does that mean?
I don't know, but one thing for sure is blue side this time for Twisted Minds. You know, Twisted Minds have been, I'm sorry for slapping the table, guys, but Twisted Minds have been drafting unique heroes. Again, we saw the MP, the King Hanzo. Is this the right time again to go for the Alice?
Well, the Alice was banned out earlier on by Aurora, so they're respecting that. Although now with Aurora going to the red side, let's see if they will still commit a ban onto the Alice. It might be tough to do so. So Twisted Minds are really respecting the Sicilian of UF. They took it in game number 1. They ban it here now. They're still showing that they are not a fanny team whatsoever. So they're keeping the option of playing into their flex, Alice jungle, support, healer in mid or roam open. But with the Loyi still on board, let's see if Twisted Minds will consider that as an actual first pick if Aurora doesn't ban it out here.
Loyi chip available. Then we can see Granger again back in action. Twisted Minds might go for a first pick Granger, but let's see what's the last ban of Aurora. Again, Loyi still up for grabs. The chip.
Yeah. The Granger, Harith, Suyo, Joy trade all online as well. I think Aurora might consider going into this with keeping that trade open. So it's just either or, the Suyo or the Joy. Because if they do that, Twisted Minds will have to really think about that and consider that if they don't pick either. Okay, so they're keeping it open. So let's see if Twisted Minds has another quote-unquote utility style jungler on the board for them. I would probably see Twisted Minds picking up the Joy more than the Suyo here because Joy is actually more preferred by Twisted in their recent drafts and they might be more willing to give the Suyo to Demon Kite, but that's tough because that's also his best hero so far this season.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would like to see Twisted Minds just take it because we do expect that Suyo to get picked up and I think that's why you see them even taking a little bit longer to go ahead and lock this first pick in because there's so many options. So it's actually going to be the Suyo. This is the right choice. Take it away from Demon Kite. Don't let him grab it. You'll have to be able to support MP the King here, especially with this composition now. Now that you have the, we call it the Blue Yo, it's picked up first pick a lot of the times when it's open.
So is it going to be a Granger Phoveus?
Maybe Granger Joy.
For Aurora?
Don't pick up the Joy
or you could pick Joy at third.
Yeah, I like Granger Phoveus for Aurora.
Yeah.
You make sure Edward ends up with this go-to hero.
Gosh, is he still going to be 100%? Can you imagine?
And his Granger still
10-3.
10-3 now for Demon Kite.
Experience the youth. Okay, there. There it is.
Then it's going to be either a Joy third pick, probably will be, unless Aurora decide to shift things up and pick up the Demon Kite pick later in the draft and go for something like their mid laner already as the third, or play it safe and pick up Hylos.
Okay.
Loyi chip still available here for Twisted Mind. Hajizi has been known to use the Loyi. But again, Aurora can actually counter with the Valentina, so it's up to Twisted Minds what artillery they're planning to dish out up against Aurora, because again, Northern Lights are on a match point.
They also need something to deal with this Phoveus, man. So like they gotta they got to keep that in mind.
Yeah.
They have to be able to end that win streak right now for this Phobius for Edward, but also just in general. And looks like it's going to go ahead and be the Harith and the Hylos here. I don't know how we feel about this.
Yeah, they take away a potential Renegade pick, and they decide to play it safe. They go for a Revitalize in the center of the map, which makes the early game trading here a little bit tougher for Aurora. We did see Revitalize come in big time for Twisted Minds in the hands of Escalera. That's why they were able to take control in the first 5 minutes before it just slipped. Now they either go Joy here, or they go for a Yue pickup. But considering that the camera is right now on Demon Kite, it's probably Joy, right?
Yeah.
It's got to be.
It's got to be Joy.
But even if they let that slip through, they didn't pick it up right now. Like, Demon Kite has enough in his unique heroes to go ahead and pick up. He goes to Hayabusa, though, instead. Mind you, this was, we talked about this a little bit last week. It was nerfed a little bit. But, you know, teams that have drafted it up have still found a pretty good win rate with it still.
You know, I honestly don't feel the nerf in MPL Philippines because Zushin has been nerfed, still banned out. Hayabusa has been selected. And it seems like the teams are unbothered, and as we enter the second banning phase, still no potential XP laner or roamer for Twisted Minds. You can take out the Hilda there as Aurora takes it out.
Let's see if they'll also want to commit a ban onto CC here. But if ever Twisted don't get either the CC or Hilda, they might fall back onto picking up a Edith for James. And we might see that more if Twisted Minds decide to commit a second phase Valentina ban, so that they don't give the Primal Wrath to Yue and Aurora. And at the same time, they can go ahead and into the mid lane pick with lots of options available, that they don't have to worry about a Valentina stealing a big ticket ultimate like the ultimate of an Eve. Although that might be tough considering there's a Hayabusa on the board. Oh, they banned the Faramis. Excuse me.
So Twisted Minds again, twisting the draft, being unexpected. But if ever Twisted Mind decides to go for the Edith, isn't that too much magic damage for the side of Bonchan?
I mean, with the Jawhead still available, they can go Jawhead for the roam and then pair it up with the Suyo. That's already a good amount of physical damage.
Yeah.
And then they'll be able to even out the magical damage.
Escalera so far has been using a lot of actual utility kinds of roamers and the healer type. So let's see if they're going to twist their script and go for those kinds of heroes like the Jawhead, as you mentioned. Aurora, final ban. They take out the Hilda. They might go for another James hero. Instead, they go for the Louis ban.
Do they want to put a chip over here then? For Renegade maybe even? Like, are we going to see him opt for that? Have we seen Renegade play the chip yet?
I'm going to double check.
He did once or twice, right?
It lost.
It lost. And that's the thing about Renegade too. Like he showed so many unique heroes so far up to this point that you know, you can go ahead and ban out some of those options for the roam, but ultimately he's going to have something to play, and he's been able to find success with it.
Second highest hero pool so far this season, only behind Haji's 12 unique picks. He is standing at 10.
10, wow.
Final bans for Twisted Minds.
Hope will find a way.
It's gonna be the
Even
Vexana, so
when
they're
all is
putting a
forlorn.
chokehold once again on the mid lane matchup. A few available mid laners left again. The Veil can be an option once again for Aurora. Eve still on the board.
Farsa.
Farsa actually.
I expect one of these, Farsa to go one of these teams here.
I think Farsa would be perfect for Aurora. There's not a lot of heroes left on the board for Twisted Minds to pick in the EXP lane that will be able to dive it. They're not going to be putting the EXP, the high loss on the EXP. So yeah, Farsa would be perfect. You get good artillery. But if they want to mess up the entry and dive of Aurora, again, yes, as mentioned, they can go Veil.
Hey,
there!
I got mine for the day.
Yeah, nice one.
I said one of these teams, by the way.
Could Glue be a good option for Twisted Minds?
Yeah, it needs to be something like a Glue now. It can't be the duelist type. You need help for your sustain and tankiness. However, that makes you a full dive comp. That might make a mid laner that is backline focused struggle. I think Twisted Minds needs an option for the late game. Unfortunately, with the Sicilian banned out by them, best option for that is gone. So this might be a tough swerve here for Twisted Minds. I still think they might just accept their fate and lean towards the Edith, and then pick up a Valentina so that you aren't worried about being alone in the back.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Oh!
Valentina Glue. You mentioned the Glue earlier. There it is. probably one of the better heroes and options going against the Phoveus. Valentina, you cover your bases. You can also take the Feathered Airstrike for yourself if you want to go ahead. And also depending what this last pick in the roam is going to be. So there should be at least a couple ultimates that are actually very valuable to go ahead and take.
Okay, so based on the picks of Renegade, he's been picking a lot against second comes of most unique heroes. I'm really wanting to see the Tigreal at this point, honestly. I want more action for today.
Speaking of action, it might be badangable for him.
Oh!
Badangable.
It's badangable.
Hey, this game is badangable. Let's go.
Come on.
Bring your Ube lotion and let's go. It's not.
a jawhead. Okay.
Whoa.
That sounded like a jawhead.
I thought it was a jawhead.
This is definitely Frankable.
Yeah. Because Franco, they go for pick-off instead.
Back to the hook, man.
Yep.
Last time Renegade rocked this Franco, or the first time he did, was up against Team Falcons. And up against the Harriet as well of Super Marco. This time, will he be able to replicate an amazing performance to seal the deal and sweep Twisted Minds? Or will Twisted Minds, just like last week up against Onic, be able to extend the series to 3 games? Again, possibilities aren't close. Chantel is on the Filipino desk, so let's see, because so far the draft index, again, kind of leaning towards Aurora.
Yep. One thing that Twisted Minds needs to keep in mind here, I swear these puns are not on
intended.
purpose. They have to cancel out the Bloody Hunt once it gets locked down. Because if you get to maximize the Bloody Hunt if you're Renegade here and you're Aurora, you have so much damage on the board that a full use of the Bloody Hunt will be a big conversion for Aurora.
Yeah.
So for Twisted Minds, when it comes to the team fighting, they really have to think about making sure they have a good crowd control effect to make sure that they can cancel the ultimate of the Franco as quickly as possible. And of course, as usual, easier said than done, don't get hooked.
Game number 2 as we enter the Land of Dawn. Will it be the same result? Aurora sweeping Twisted Minds, or will Twisted Minds, with the addition of Rookie Jamal, be able to hold off the Northern Lights? An early aggressive start here for Aurora. Early hooks coming in from Renegade onto Jamal. It's looking like they want to go for the Rookie of Twisted Minds.
Oh, that was smart. This is the first time I've seen that interaction.
Yeah. Saving a little bit of time too, I guess, in a way.
Yeah.
Reduce some of the damage and everything else. So easy and steady, at least early portion of the game. And a lot of this too, again, for Renegade, when he picked up the Franco last week, it's really just, it's the same concept. Like you said, despite the Bloody Hunt or not, it's that one hook. That one hook can literally change the course of a game.
We might see Escalera racking up deaths a lot in this game because he's going to be prime hooking target. Although Hajizi would be a good target as well for Renegade. By the way, getting that crab was great for Aurora. It was a great rotation. They were able to get a gold crab for Dominkite because the pathing of the Hayabusa meant he was going to be going from orange to purple. So it was a good decision by Aurora to decide to commit that. And we even got to see Renegade use that hook to bring the cart of the EXP closer to Edward.
Oh!
Hajizi. Probably clenched there.
What clench? A close call again. And if that hook connector for Renegade could be detrimental for Twisted Minds, you already committed the Feathered Airstrike.
Already, James taking a couple shots. Dark Wave pulling him forward. Turtle's going to be secured for MP, though. RORA, I don't think they're ready to fight, so just an objective secured for Twisted Minds.
All right, slow and steady start. One of the keys to victory that we mentioned. Renegade running towards the purple buff here. If he hooks this back, doesn't. See, DemonKite steals it.
DemonKite's going to go in. He jumps in, gets stunned a little bit, goes back. With the quad shadow, the flicker forward. Dodges can't escape from Hajizi. Using his own Feathered Airstrike, they'll burn the flicker from Renegade too. So right now, Twisted Minds getting control.
Shades of game number 1, a strong start for Twisted Mind. They secured the turtle plus the first blood onto DemonKite. Heads up play from Hajizi to cast that flicker and Feathered Airstrike stolen away from Yue. If this decision making from Twisted Mind continues on, Yue flickers for himself to try and clear out the minions onto the middle lane.
All right, so we've seen 2 Feathered Airstrikes that had flickers attached to them. Fancy moves by the 2 mid laners. But the rotation into the mid lane from Jamal to get a bit more farm there means Dominkite gets a little bit more farm up top with hits on the shielding. Now, Renegade, Doming, and DemonKite might be going for a big dive here. Good aggro rotation, trying to read out where the Suyo is. They now know that the Suyo is probably in the bottom portion of the jungle of Twisted Minds, as they were able to get the Scaled Lizard without that much of a problem. It's going to be another Gold Crab, I think. Nope, it's not going to be going to the Doming Kite. It goes to Demon Kite, but the farm of Doming has been great.
Yeah, clearly he's been dominating his laning stages. The quick early rotation of Renegade down to the first minute was clearly vital on how Doming Kite has been performing here into the gold lane. But even if Twisted Minds actually had a kill on the board, plus the first turtle, it's looking like Aurora still is in full control over the map. It's sort of like they're just, Twisted Minds is just reacting towards what Aurora will be doing next.
I want to say full control, but I think a bit of that control came from the fact that they were able to steal a purple buff away from MP the King, although he has one now.
Oh, there's a hook right on target. Bloody Hunt. I don't think James will escape that, even with the split. So they'll get the turtle, though. Second objective secured by Twisted Minds, so a kill for an objective.
Yeah, and that's what Redmore was actually saying. One hook can be the main difference of Aurora snowballing, but Demon Kite up against MP.
MP and Demon Kite, he doesn't have the shadow kill, so... But you can see he's got enough damage already, it seems like, early on, especially with the Warcry emblem, but back to it.
Yeah. So both teams have now gone for the 4-1 split at the third turtle, with both junglers now managing the far lane away from the turtle. And now they're just going to be going back to their rotations that will end up topside for a sequence in the gold lane, which Aurora will get to first.
Yeah, Yue, early cast of the Feathered Airstrike, forcing Escalera to go in with the Glorious Pathway.
They might force a fight again here. Escalera already using the pathway. Jamal's quite low too, taking a couple shots from Doming Kite, but ultimately that was all just to save that turret because of this pressure from RORA. They're going to stay here though. Still crowding up here on the top side, and Twisted Minds might just have to go back.
Doming Kite was locked in there, even though he had a very obvious target onto Escalera to throw his damage at. He threw it to Jamal.
He's going to go for the hook. He's going to be able to find Escalera, locks him down with the Bloody Hunt. Escalera is gone. Zaman Force already dropped down too. Hajizi grabs his own, and there's a flicker forward with the Feathered Airstrike again. Hajizi will go down. Yue able to pick up an aggressive kill on the far side. Doming Kite will go ahead and clear and cut that wave out.
Man, flickers with the Feathered Airstrike. We saw two already from Yue. And now Aurora, we can safely say they're in full control this time. As we approach the 6-minute mark. 2 turtles was secured by Twisted Minds, but looking at the kills Aurora has, 3 already, down a turret up top. The aggression is still there, and 5 seconds in, the next turtle will be spawning, and Twisted Minds, they need to be really proactive this time, because so far they have been reacting to what Aurora's doing.
Again, a hook! Escalera is just gone, a massive target. Fight's gonna break out. Yue's finally gone, the split's still gonna be there. They drag him back, and Edward's gonna be gone. It's Twisted Minds fighting back. Demon Kite jumps in. Renegade flickers forward, he's able to grab it. Bloody Hunt, MP the King, the right target, and now the turtle for the taking. Demon Kite will jump in, forcing James back, and RORA doesn't want to give this last turtle up.
Some excellent trades. Jamal!
Doming Kite! Man, Renegade, call him the hook man this game.
Doming Kite is ruthless, doesn't care that Jamal's a rookie, giving him the rough welcome that was in the keys to victory earlier. Great trades of abilities. We thought Twisted Minds was able to win it out, but the hook coming in from the hook man was able to turn things around in favor of Aurora, who will now march through mid. Will not be able to break the tower though. So now Twisted Minds, they've shown Aurora, you know, we can tango with you guys too, we can dance, we can fight, but Aurora will conserve their abilities for turnarounds late into the fight. Great flicker hook read by Renegade. It's something I wanted to say earlier. Yu has been having an all-star performance, not just in this game, but in this season. He's been so great. His partnership with Renegade in the center of the map alongside Demon Kite has been mint.
Yeah, the mid duo of Aurora still shining so bright. We mentioned that one hook can change the game. What about 2? And Renegade, 2 consecutive iron hooks connected. Make it 3!
Again, a Bloody Hunt comes crashing down, and James is obliterated down the mid lane. Demon Kite's gonna jump in, popping the shadow kill, forcing everyone under the turret. They take a couple shots from Doming Kite, and he jumps in to get a double. Lines up another Destinata Rhapsody, and he's gonna keep them under the tier 2. RORA is relentless right now. They want to go and get this tier 1 in the mid lane.
The top gun is still bulletproof. 5-0 and 2 right now for BennyQT. Another hook, grabbing the oxygen beside Jamal. But that probably made Jamal go, oh no. Now he's going to be thinking twice about his injuries.
You know what they're thinking twice about, Twisted Minds? Ideally, if you're up against the Hayabusa, you want to group up to share the damage of the Wiggy Shadow Kill. But what's happening is they're sharing the damage from BennyQT and the feathered airstrikes coming in from US of your Twisted Minds. What do you actually have to do up against a team that has all the bases covered?
Renegade with a flicker again, popping the Purify from Jamal, and now it's Renegade gone. They actually disengage from that. Hajizi holding on to his own bloody hunt. They're going to jump in. Edward wants to fight it out. Dark Wave going to be not enough as Escalera falls into the jungle. James goes. He's getting slammed, dunked on, and Edward jumps in on the turret with the support from the backside. They're looking for the last kill. MP with the triple, but BennyQT will shut him down and clean it up.
BennyQT in front of his former Raider teammates, the last Raider, stands tall in front of Twisted Minds, and they will be able to get this Lord. We thought that would be a big turnaround for MP the King, being able to get a massive string of kills there near the end, but he took too much damage. The Phobius of Edward has been devastating, and Aurora have shown that they fight so well around it. As you look back at the instant replay, Edward setting the aggression. James, unfortunately, was not able to get a grab onto anyone. Edward flickering past the wall to get the Dark Wave in, setting things up even more so for Aurora. MP the King going in, able to secure the kill, but was not able to take down BennyQT.
A good re-engage from Aurora. A lot of ultimates has been expended just to try and take down the Hitman Renegade. That's why it was a go signal for the Northern Lights to go for the kill. And now the top turret has been taken down by Twisted Minds. Inhibitors left. The UA with the feathered airstrike. They're not giving Twisted Minds a chance to try and go for positions to try and counteract what Aurora has been doing. Lord marching in onto the bottom lane. I think all outer turrets will be demolished by the Northern Lights.
Lots of dive and reach for Aurora as they march in with the Lord. It's going to be a very tough defense for Twisted Minds. They're very close range in terms of their damage profile.
Okay, 10 seconds before Renegade has his flicker. BennyQT and UA has theirs. Lord sieging in onto the top lane. Holy Shield has been popped, and Twisted Minds will make quick work of that.
There's another siege minion on the way to the top. Aurora will go in through the mid as well. Hajizi really needs the feathered airstrike.
Feathered airstrike going to be dropped down. Artillery dropped. BennyQT's going to jump in, looking to get the kill on James. And BennyQT will follow on through as James is taken out of the picture. Now the bottom turret going to be worked on here by Aurora, still looking to take the mid. They've got no push from the minions though, so they might just get that bottom turret.
Raw damage, reach, poke. Twisted Minds cannot get into position with a good fight, and James cannot live long enough to get a good grab in.
Where's Pathway going to be used just to save the turret again? A feathered airstrike. BennyQT not going to enter. This time, BennyQT goes way under the turret, but enough to just put pressure now in the mid lane. They focus on the top. They'll get the shield down and the buffs. So it's Aurora, again, in full control at this point in the game.
Imagine Aurora has such a good draft that they can dish out the damage without having to fully commit or fully dive up against Twisted Minds. Even despite the glorious pathway set up by Escalera, BennyQT literally just went in, again, a raw damage as you mentioned. Even if they were sharing the Wiggy Shadow Kill, 4 members of Twisted Minds, he was able to still take down one. And that's a sign for Twisted Minds that you can't just make crazy plays out of nowhere, because the punish that Aurora can do is just too immense. 12 minutes in, 25 seconds before the Lord. We might see another hook.
Oh, a hook's going to land again. Escalera trying to run away. Feathered airstrike, though, as BennyQT will clean up the kill. 10-1 and 4 on the Granger. This guy, they can't even reach him, and Renegade continuously landing the hooks. Now their eyes are set on this mid turret. Again, a couple of warning shots. BennyQT gonna jump in, just being a distraction. Hook again, he's gonna find James. James won't be able to escape. The damage is way too much.
That's it.
And now Aurora looking to end the game here. They've got one cannon minion, the West of the Waves, pushing down in the mid lane. It's only a matter of seconds. They can't defend it. The lights are too bright as Aurora will sweep Twisted Minds.
8-0 for the Northern Lights. Consistency is key, and they're consistently dominating MPL Season 15.
Twisted Minds just look read by Aurora Gaming, who had some very clear ideas on how to approach this series, the drafts, and executed it to near perfection. If you're still doubting the Northern Lights, I don't know, man. They're 8-0. They're looking really damn good doing it.
8-0, led by the man in front, the Hitman, the Hulkman, the Merman, the everything man, whatever you want to call him. Renegade has been phenomenal, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people will be playing a Franco again in ranked games. Oh no.
I hope so. You know, I guess I don't know if I've seen a Franco that active, landing that many hooks back to back to back.
Yeah, like 2-3 big flicker hooks too.
Yeah, and I don't know, man. I think that was one of the better or one of the best performances I've ever seen on a Franco so far. And that's the thing. I was like, it's only that one hook that might change the game. Well, the entirety of the game, he was landing hooks. So again, Renegade here on this Franco, and that's the second time, right? Second time we've seen the Franco for the season, and it just worked out really well.
2 consecutive series, the Hitman released the Hookman, performed phenomenal, and clearly the fans are happy and excited to hear how the Northern Lights are doing with an amazing win. Hans Kalusi, take it away.
Week number 5, still undefeated, Aurora Gaming! Gentlemen, congratulations, picking up where you left off. Week 4, ngayon Week 5, panibago to at kita mo na Kalusi kung sino yung may hawak ng mic. Renegade, ano yung cheers kanina? Nasaan? Nasaan? Oh, they are alive and well, Kalusi.
Pag-usapan natin, Renegade, si Kalea. Dahil debut pick ni Kalea and nakita natin si Kalea sa Rome. Gusto ko lang malaman, gano'n nyo ba katagal pinractice si Kalea? Saka nahirapan ba kayo practicein siya?
Parang ano po, 2 days po namin pinractice yung Kalea. Tapos ano po, di naman po kami nahirapan kasi madali naman po siyang gamitin.
2 days lang, Hans. Grabe naman yun.
Sana pwede yun din sa atin, no? Sana nag-apply din sa atin.
Hindi ko kaya yun. 2 days, okay. Maraming nagsasabi, Renegade, na ikaw ang best roamer dito sa MPL Philippines. Ano namang masasabi mo doon?
Tingin ko naman, hindi pa. Kasi, siguro pag nag-champion na, katulad ni Doming, pag nag-champion na, tsaka natin sabihin na best roam. Pero sa ngayon, talagang, ang goal ko lang talaga is, mapakita lang namin yung best namin. Hindi ko iniisip kung ako yung best roam or basta manalo kami ng team, okay na ako doon.
Humble. Pero tingin ko agree dito best roamer ba si Renegade? Marami ang naniniwala sa'yo, Renegade.
The people got their answer. This time, kakausapin ko naman yung matagal ko nang hindi nakakausap. Edward! Edward, parang ang tagal ka namin hindi nakausap. Eto, may napansin lang kami Parang pag Phobius yung ginagamit mo, matik ang panalo. Record mo, Season 15, 8-0 when Edward is using the Phobius. Okay? So para lang magkalinawan tayo, Edward, malakas ba para sa'yo, pinakamalakas ba ang Phobius sa XP lane? Or ikaw ba ang pinakamalakas na XP laner ng Season 15?
Tingin ko sa gumagamit lang
Ano yun? Ano yun?
Joke lang.
But okay, sige. Mind explaining to us, ano bang meron sa Phobius in this meta? Bakit palong-palo ka na gamitin siya? Or what makes Phobius such an S-tier pick?
Malakas kasi siya sa lane, tapos malakas siya mag-sustain sa team fight. So, parang siya, versatile kumbaga.
Alright,
so,
we do see it. Respect. Kasi 8-0, that is something that you cannot do so easily in the pro scene. Sino nasusunod natin, Galusi?
Sunod natin si Demon Kite naman na nagtatago din. Demon Kite. Kanina kausap ni Hans yung mga former
nakita mo ba
teammates
sila?
mo. Napanood mo ba yun?
Nakita ko lang pero di ko naririnig sinasabi nila
Buti na lang, buti na lang. Let's keep it that way. Let's keep it that way.
Gusto ko lang malaman kung namimiss mo ba silang teammates?
Opo, kasi tas masaya ako na nanonood sila ngayon. Kasi kahit nasa kabilang team sila, masaya ako na nanonood sila sa laban namin.
Para may konting tampo, pero thank you pa rin. No?
If there's anything you want to say to your boys, your former boys from RSG, ano masasabi mo sa kanila?
Good luck. Balik na kayo sa pro scene. Miss ko na kayo.
Yun!
That's nice coming in from Demon Kite. But let's go to another Kite brother. Sisimutin natin silang lahat. Ming Kite! Ming!
Parang seryoso.
Second straight week ka ng Player of the Week. How does that feel for you na nakikita ka na talaga ng ganitong klase yung performance na pinapakita mo every week?
Chamba lang.
Chamba lang? Alright? So kung meron kang recommendation sa mga Granger users, yan. Kasi lagi mong ginagamit eh. Ano ba dapat nilang i-take note whenever they use that hero?
Kapag nakabuo na kayo ng piercer, kayasin nyo lang yung kill.
Okay. So kay Assist Lucky. Teka lang ha. We, alam mo na to we. Oras na. May request ka ba ulit, Yue?
I got this.
I got this. I got this. So, sino ang mapalad na manlalaro na magpo-promote para sa araw na to? Ituro mo. Ilapit mo yung mic. Yan.
Si Demon Kite.
Bakit siya? Bakit siya?
Ang lupit.
Ang lupit. So, Demon Kite, oras na. Wala kang jacket ngayon. Ipakita mo naman yung jersey na yan. Asa mo yung jersey? Hey! Shish! Asa na likod?
Yun.
Okay. At ano pa ba ang dapat na abangan natin sa Aurora?
Maraming salamat sa mga sumusuporta ng Aurora. Tapos, available na din itong jersey namin guys sa Shopee din. Sa mga nanonood, sa mga online fans namin or offline fans, pwede kayo manood sa KMC ng watch party namin din. Yung battle emotes namin, available na, bilhin nyo na rin.
Ha? Grabe! Memorize na nila! Ganun talaga kapag palagi kang nandito sa stage and you're winning. Once again, your winners, Aurora Gaming! Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. Win number 8, and for the 8th time this season, you may now take your bow. You know, in spite of all of the achievements na nakuha na ng Aurora, they're very much level-headed, na parang everybody is a threat to them still.
Sabi nga nila, hanggat wala pa yung championship, tuloy-tuloy lang ang practice, tuloy-tuloy lang ang connection nila.
They're simply picking up where they left off, getting a sweep against Twisted Minds. Balik tayo sa ating mga casters kung ano ba ang thoughts nila about this game.
8-0 once again with a sweep for the undefeated Aurora MLBB. And just like what Hans and Clusi has mentioned, I like that these 5 young men, they play like veterans, but their mindset are like rookies. They're eager to go head-to-head with anyone standing in their way. And of course, our series MVP, the Hitman, Renegade.
This Franco was really good. I feel like Demon Kite was looking at Renegade. He's like, you know what? You remind me of a former light.
Oh. A former light.
Oh, wait, I mean, he is still light. I feel
Yeah,
like yeah, but you know what I mean.
A former friend.
A former friend.
Well, they're still friends.
Was also like, yeah, they're still friends. There is no beef between Demon Kite and Light. It's just,
I just want to make it known.
Someone might misunderstand us again.
Okay, the Clippers already clipped that.
Yeah, no, please don't.
And cut the part.
Yeah. No, but yeah, it's clear that Renegade's impact here as the Franco was quite obvious.
Yeah.
We talked about it that Escalera might actually be the recipient of a lot of hooks, but it wasn't just Escalera. There were times as well that they didn't hesitate to put the hook onto James, knowing that they had enough damage to blast him before he can get a split off. And the times where James could not get the grab onto anyone were the times where Aurora lost. The one time James got it off, Twisted Minds won that team fight. And Aurora played around their idea of... let me just tell you guys what Aurora's been doing this season.
Tell us. Tell them.
Demon Kite has thrived with heroes such as the Granger, the Carry, and the Moskov. Heroes that like playing in the back. Sometimes the Moskov plays a little bit up front, but he can reposition really well. But he's been quite abysmal in terms of playing the Harith, 1-4 this season. While Aurora, playing around those backline-focused heroes, would just go for dive, pick off. Renegade gets one, good. Demon Kite's happy. That's one less problem to deal with, and the rest of Aurora will just go ahead and be aggressive, dive on that, so Demon can deal the damage.
So that might be one way in going up against Aurora. Take out those kinds of heroes that BennyQT excels in. But a dominating win. It was just 13 minutes.
I just thought that too. I was like, wow, 13 minutes.
3 minutes below, or more than 3 minutes below our game average coming into week number 5, dominated by Aurora. And again, you even predicted this towards the draft index that Escalera's really gonna have a hard time.
Yeah. He's a big walking horse. Like, he's a big target to take.
Yeah.
But I will say, too, a big part of what made Renegade so kind of a threat here, I mean, he did this in the last series. This is what we were talking about. Last game, sorry, is the value that he gets by getting the Purifier out. Now, this game, it was only Jamal that was running the Purify, but the amount of times, whether he was playing the Kalea or the Franco in this game, he's on point. So he's able to burn out the Purify, and then, you know, this time he can get a hook off from a distance.
Yeah. One of the big factors as to why the front line of Aurora felt so devastating is because Edward actually rushed the Radiant Armor, meaning that the main damage dealers that he would have a problem with, mainly the Valentina and the Harith, wouldn't deal so much damage to him, and he'll just be able to jump and dunk on everyone's faces. Edward will be coming back online. So for Aurora, again, they just doubled down on that thought of, you know what, we had a bit of a reputation of being a little bit more passive towards the M6 World Championship. The times in SPS where we lost, they were passive. The times in SPS where they won, they were aggressive. So this season, they've doubled down on that. Letting BennyQT shine. Edward on the Phoveus is just non-stop, supplementing Renegade very well for whatever kind of roamer he's paired up with. Most importantly, Yue and BennyQT being able to just damage from afar and not having to deal with so much trouble, since Aurora go in usually in the draft, are going into the second phase with a lot of the backline heavy access heroes already off the board. That's why they were willing to play into the Suyo. We thought about it, but now, with everything on the table, maybe the Joy could have been a little bit better, since they could have at least accessed the Farsa, but then you have to deal with the Phoveus and the Franco there. So Coach Dexstar, Coach Master the basics, all the criticism tossed towards them about their drafting, they've shut that up at this point. They've just been so good this season.
Yeah, and not to mention, Renegade actually went with a fleeting time. That's why we saw a lot of highlights coming in from this Franco. And again, it was utilized because Edward became so defensive that Renegade wasn't really a sandbag for them. And the PPI Rich guy, once again, I'm so used to seeing this guy in this section, in this portion of the match. BennyQT this time, a higher gold per minute compared to game number 1 with his signature Granger at 894.
Yeah, just again, it's at one point, you know, you're like, man, BennyQT, most of the time he just gets to be the rich guy because his team sets him up so much. It's the whole concept of just having that, I mean, one-on-one in the lane, he's usually winning. Think about who BennyQT has faced off individually, how many times he's usually outplayed those other opposing gold laners. But then when it gets to the team fights, his precision on whether it's the Granger, whether it's the Harith, whether it's even the Moskov or carry, he's able to play so well because of the space that he gets. But, you know, you guys made a good point. Think how easy it is to be that Granger when the opposing team is clumping up because of how threatful a shadow kill was from BennyQT. So it's like, not only is he landing shots left and right, but then there's feathered airstrikes coming up from the artillery of, you know, of that setup. So it's just like things were lined up so well for BennyQT.
Yeah, this is one of the rare scenarios where sticking together with your friends actually hurt you, where it's not a good thing. So I'm glad that Egan pointed that out, that we even got to see it in full time. BennyQT was like, yo, what's up? Let me damage you. All right, friends, let's do it. Let's stick together. Wait, where's all this damage coming from? Why are we dead?
That's the Kite Brothers, man.
Yeah, that's the Kite Brothers for you.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, at this point, Aurora, every single member has been playing their part to the point that TBH, honestly, anyone from their group can be a player of the week at this point, not just BennyQT. Like, TBH, honestly, yeah.
TBH.
Yeah,
TBH.
You know, I'm just trying to stretch my words right now.
To be here.
Yeah.
To be here.
TBH, TBT, IG, OG.
TBT, the Hitman, is one thing that they have to watch out for.
Well, does that make us feel old?
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit.
I mean, we have to hear what the
TBH.
young guns have to say. TBH, let's throw it over.
7 seconds ako, 7 seconds. Wala siya man. Oh, may kagat pa, may kagat pa. May kagat po. Micro lang. Pero kay. Clear na to. Nausog to. Nice boys. Piniperit. Lord. Tapos ata, boy. Okay. Tapos ata to. Ingat ha, pre. Tower ba? Tower lang.
That was so calm. Honestly,
Yeah,
that was the rare times I actually understood what was being said in the mic check.
That's usually what the mic checks sound like.
Yeah.
And again, guys, we have a lot in store for you guys. Not just MPL all around the world. There are a lot of tournaments that we have to watch out for, like the SPS Mobile Masters, which is the culmination of the Snapdragon Pro Series tournament.
The best teams from Southeast Asia, Europe, MENA, Turkey, Latam, and China will gather in Jakarta, Indonesia, starting on April 7th.
The winner of this tournament will be dubbed Champion of Champions. So support our representatives, Onic Philippines and Team Falcons. Scan the QR code on your screens right now and buy your tickets. As a longtime fan of esports, it's so cool that we get to see a Masters level event finally for MLBB.
I know, just a quick question later on, but guys, apart from SPS, there's also the Athena Cup happening right now. This is an exclusive league for female pro players and the official qualifier for the MLBB Women's Invitational.
The tournament has been taking place since March 7th up to May 27th. Let's all support this growing league that empowers more women for our esport pros.
Don't miss out on this amazing tournament.
Guys, I was just about to ask, so if SPS will be crowned the champions of champions, whoever wins that, can you safely call them world champs?
Masters champions. Masters champions. At the end of the day, the official world championship is still the M Series, but they are the Masters champions, and that is still a hella cool title.
Yeah.
I'm a master champion.
I'm a master champion. And speaking of former champions, we have Onic Philippines again going head-to-head for the second time against TNC. Phoenix Army is going to be the battle between the 4th and the 5th place. Whose dominance will reign supreme early on? Again, thank you so much. This has been the English desk. Ingan, Naisu, and Renmar. But don't be sad because you'll actually see us later on for the next series, TVH. We're just going to have a quick break. And you guys can also grab a quick snack later on and watch the heated matchup. Once again, this has been the English desk. See you guys later on for a very short break.
GG bro! Don't worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Sa MCC.
Season 2.
S1 boy, pakita ko kayo magpani boy. Uy, rinig nyo ba ako tol? Let the killing begin.
Yue, ba't ganun? Ang lamig. Ang lamig. Nanlalamig na siya sa akin. We, kaya nga pag nakikita kita, nanlalabo paningin ko eh. Babalik na yung palag kong palag. Ha? Hotdog. Ano? Anonymous. Okay, no sa akin to. No. Palisin mo kuya mo, lalabanan kita boxing. Tara na. Hindi nga dumami siya yung tore eh. Pure skill. Pure skill, not cheat man. Nakakainis boses mo. Huwag ka nang kumanta.
GG bro! Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Sa MCC.
Season 2.
Ason boy, pakita ko kayo magpani boy. Uy, rinig nyo ba ako tol? Let the killing begin.
Yue, ba't ganon? Ang lamig. Ang lamig. Nanlalamig na siya sa akin. We, kaya nga pag nakikita kita, nanlalabo paningin ko eh. Babalik na yung palag kong palag. Ha? Hotdog. Ano? Anonymous. Okay, no sa akin to. No. Palisin mo kuya mo, lalabanan kita boxing. Tara na. Hindi nga dumami siya yung tore eh. Pure skill. Pure skill, not cheat man. Nakakainis boses mo. Huwag ka nang kumanta.
GG bro! Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita-kits. Kita-kits. Kita-kits.
Kita-kits.
Sa MCC.
Season 2.
Lesson boy, pakita ko kayo magpani boy. Uy, rinig nyo ba ako tol? Let the killing begin.
Yue, ba't ganon? Ang lamig. Ang lamig. Nanlalamig na siya sa akin. We, kaya nga pag nakikita kita, nanlalabo paningin ko eh. Babalik na yung palag kong palag. Ha? Hotdog. Ano? Anonymous. Okay, no sa akin to. No. Palisin mo kuya mo, lalabanan kita boxing. Tara. Hindi nga dumami siya yung tore eh. Pure skill. Pure skill, not cheat man. Nakakainis boses mo. Huwag ka nang kumanta.
GG bro! Don't worry, the only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Sa MCC.
Season 2.
S15 boy, pakita ko kayo magpani boy. Uy, rinig nyo ba ako tol? Let the killing begin.
Yue, ba't ganon? Ang lamig. Ang lamig. Nanlalamig na siya sa akin. We, kaya nga pag nakikita kita, nanlalabo paningin ko eh. Babalik na yung palag kong palag. Ha? Hotdog. Ano? Anonymous. Okay, no sa akin to. No. Palisin mo kuya mo, lalabanan kita boxing. Tara. Hindi nga dumami siya yung tore eh. Pure skill. Pure skill, not cheat man. Nakakainis boses mo. Huwag ka nang kumanta.
GG bro! Don't worry, the only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Sa MCC.
Season 2.
S1 boy, pakita ko kayo magpani boy. Uy, rinig nyo ba ako tol? Let the killing begin.
Yue, ba't ganon? Ang lamig. Ang lamig. Nanlalamig na siya sa akin. We, kaya nga pag nakikita kita, nanlalabo paningin ko eh. Babalik na yung palag kong palag. Ha? Hotdog. Ano? Anonymous. Okay, no sa akin to. No. Palisin mo kuya mo, lalabanan kita boxing. Tara. Hindi nga dumami siya yung tore eh. Pure skill. Pure skill, not cheat man. Nakakainis boses mo. Huwag ka nang kumanta.
GG bro! Don't worry, the only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Sa MCC.
Season 2.
S15 boy, pakita ko kayo magpani boy. Uy, rinig nyo ba ako tol? Let the killing begin.
Yue, ba't ganon? Ang lamig. Ang lamig. Nanlalamig na siya sa akin. We, kaya nga pag nakikita kita, nanlalabo paningin ko eh. Babalik na yung palag kong palag. Ha? Hotdog. Ano? Anonymous. Okay, no sa akin to. No. Palisin mo kuya mo, lalabanan kita boxing. Tara. Hindi nga dumami siya yung tore eh. Pure skill. Pure skill, not cheat man. Nakakainis boses mo. Huwag ka nang kumanta.
GG bro! Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Sa MCC.
Season 2.
S15 boy, pakita ko kayo magpani boy. Uy, rinig nyo ba ako tol? Let the killing begin.
Yue, ba't ganun? Ang lamig. Ang lamig. Nanlalamig na siya sa akin. We, kaya nga pag nakikita kita, nanlalabo paningin ko eh. Babalik na yung palag kong palag. Ha? Hotdog. Ano? Anonymous. Okay, no sa akin to. No. Palisin mo kuya mo, lalabanan kita boxing. Tara na. Hindi nga dumami siya yung tore eh. Pure skill. Pure skill, not cheat man. Nakakainis.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my own, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Takas sa matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and weapon for the 3 stars. Stars, ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
First of all, I am very sorry for saying that we will have a short break. It was a really long break because we've witnessed in series number 1, it was Aurora dominating Twisted Minds in a 2-0 sweep to remain undefeated. But this time, our highlight match, it's going to be the Phoenix Army going up against the reigning defending World Champions Onic Philippines. Welcome to the English desk. We're here with Naisu against still with the Cal Bros, Ingan and Renmar. How you guys doing?
We're doing good. I think we got hydrated and adjusted because this is the series that I'm expecting is going to go the distance, not just because Chantel's over there, but yeah, I expect this one to go 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we saw this time, this matchup, it was very close in the game number 2. TNC just slipped the lead that they held on to. They could have forced a game number 3. But yeah, if this goes 3 games, then that means the curse of Chantel will still stand. As the first series went 2-0, we never go through a day with Chantel or Brigida even on board. that there isn't at least 1 3-game series.
Yeah, we'll see, because TNC so far has been performing relatively well. They were able to extend their series up against CLPH to game number 3. But apart from that, of course, Time Zone is an exclusive promo just for you. Get for 100 pesos power load for only half the price of 200 pesos.
All you guys have to do is register on the Time Zone Fun app, insert the promo code TZXMPL, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venues.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
Nice one, Renmar. And again, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Been working on that for 5 weeks.
Yeah. Better and better.
Going back to the highlighted match once again. A while ago, we saw that Twisted Minds actually slotted in a rookie gold laner, the cousin of Haji and Jamal. This time, we might see BennyQT again in action. But before all that, get a 2,000 pesos discount on your next purchase by using the TT Racing X MPL Philippines exclusive voucher code MPL2000. That's 3 zeros over at ttracing.ph.
Plus, don't miss out on exciting TT Racing gaming chair giveaways during the MPL Philippines. Stay tuned for more info.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal to dream, work, and play, because TT Racing has your back.
Yeah, and again, we just witnessed Jamal being slotted in for Twisted Minds as the new gold laner. And this time, last week, actually, we saw the Storm brewed early on. BennyQT back in action for the Phoenix Army.
All right.
TNC 5.
TNC in 5, yeah. It's going to be different this time around. In the first time we saw Onic versus TNC Pro Team, of course, it was still Kozen playing, but now with BennyQT. Different kind of TNC Pro Team is what we're seeing. Although the standings, they are lording over AP Brand, Omega, and Twisted Minds, a comfortable 2-match point lead over them. But if you are TNC, you'd want to be able to get revenge against Onic Philippines, because you want to increase the gap between you, AP Brand, Omega, and Twisted Minds. Not just because you want to reach that top 4, but you really, as much as possible, don't want to end up on that 6th slot, because that's always the most difficult slot to be in, especially near the, I think for 3 or 4 seasons now in a row, we've always had that weird, not weird, but that interesting storyline of, oh, will this team in 7th actually be able to break into 6? And we saw that here and there from time to time.
And I think that's always what you have to look at, especially for those teams right now, 6, 7, and 8, is those points. Like, if they can, I mean, again, you still have this whole half of the regular season, so I'm expecting at least for 6 to 8 to go ahead and change. Now, 1 win obviously is going to make a big difference for those teams. The same can be said here, like you mentioned with TNC. They just go ahead and get a point, they bump up, they give themselves some more space to work with for the rest of the regular season. Because a lot of things are changing here, I would say. And so that's the question. Can the Storm, BennyQT, stoke the Phoenix's fire? Because remember, the first couple weeks we were like, man, look at them rise.
Yeah.
And then they kind of withered out a little bit, I would say, with their embers. So maybe now, Benny, we got a preview of it last week. Maybe it's enough for this week.
Yeah, they went through the brick wall of the top 4. They lost all their games up against the top 4. And again, the addition of, it's actually counterproductive because the Storm gonna burn the fire of the Phoenix Army.
Unless it's a fires.
Yeah, we'll see. But again, the addition of BennyQT, we only saw a glimpse of his game style again, even using just 1 hero, the Granger. So far, what can you say about his performance last game?
I feel like BennyQT has sort of taken a bit more passive role with TNC Pro Team. Again, with so much young, aggressive frontliners, whether even Lancey not being afraid to go flicker forward just to help secure kills or secure crowd control abilities. There's so much space for BennyQT to work with that BennyQT does not need to go all in, dive, put himself in danger. He can just deal damage from afar. Similar to the line of thinking that Aurora has been playing with and shining with when it comes to Doming, Kite, and Yue. So I feel like I don't have any qualms about BennyQT not being as aggressive or in your face as before, considering that now the teams that play the best, win the most, are the teams that can keep their gold laner alive the longest.
Yeah, and so far, TNC has been doing that. Actually, if you're going to look at the stats, Yaoi actually has the 2nd most deaths among his roles, because again, he's trying to protect his damage dealers, namely BennyQT, but the man that BennyQT will be facing now, the Aurora, the M6 Finals MVP, the world standard, a lot of monikers, Kelra.
All right, so this is his mid-game stats. The first 8 minutes of the game. This is what BennyQT has to surpass, the standard that the gold standard has set. Average level by the time the 8-minute mark kicks in, he's level 9. 78 total kills, 23 of them in the mid-game, 55 of them coming after the 8-minute mark and onwards. You see the average gold to gold differential actually is 5,713. So negative minus 76 in the gold differential, meaning that he almost always has a comfortable lead or has a lead against his opposing gold laner. 59% as well in the kill participation. So Onic Philippines puts a lot of importance in Kelro's involvements in their major sequences past around the 4 or 5 minute mark when the laning phase is done and they need their gold laner to join in the fights.
Yeah, considering the fact that compared to Season 14, our average game time now is 5 seconds above, and it's around 16 minutes. So you really feel the power spike of the gold standard later towards the latter parts of the game. But that goes also for BennyQT. We saw him up against MPL PH. Literally, the win was just slipped at the palm of their hands. And now, once again, the M6 and M4 Finals MVP. The gods in the gold lane, BennyQT and Kelro will go head-to-head. And speaking of their head-to-head, look at their stats.
Yeah, we're going to look at this. This is a world-class standoff between BennyQT and, of course, Kelro. And that's the thing. I mean, a lot of these people, if you guys have been watching them, especially our international viewers out there, they have been known as basically the standards of, you know, gold laners in the world. A lot of people have looked up to them through their accolades and achievements as world champions at one point. And, you know, this is the thing. It's Kelro's era right now. That's, like, the biggest thing. And most people will say, you know, he dominated M6. He dominated a lot of their tournaments leading into S15. Then it's like, what happened, though? Was it a whole team thing? I don't think you can also just say that it was, you know, Kelro faltering in the gold lane. I think he still is mechanically very good toe-to-toe against all the gold laners. But obviously, Onic Philippines has struggled to find what made that super fam so strong at one point. It was Kelro himself that said, we are looking for that connection again.
Yeah.
And I feel like now that we started to see that last week, I'm wondering if they can continue it on into this week and ahead.
Yeah, considering how TNC Pro Team, especially BennyQT, has sort of gone dad mode with this team.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is that he knows there's already an existing connection and the chemistry with the other 4 members that he didn't get to play with for majority of the season since it was Kozen, and he still had to go through that whole route of be listed in MDL and then eventually be put into the MPL team. But again, he's like, you know what, kids, you gotta do you. You gotta do you know? Daddy Benny's just gonna be here in the back. I'll do what I can.
Daddy Benny.
But he's just in like a supportive dad mode for the rest of the squad.
That's me.
Yeah.
Supportive dad mode like Naisu.
Yeah.
But again, one of the most hated community polls is standing right on your screens. Prime versus Prime. Is it the BennyQT Prime or Kelro Prime? Which one is better for you guys?
What do you think, Ingan?
For me, I have to say that I think Oheb. For me, it's Oheb.
That's not
bias.
I don't want to answer this question, guys. We'll see later. They're going to duke it out in the Land of Dawn. But again, things you can carry in the Land of Dawn are these amazing battle emotes. Each of your favorite team has their own. You can get it for only 109 diamonds. Luckily for us, we have actual emotes that you cannot buy. It's exclusive for us, guys.
Imagine if you went around your daily life and you just had these. Like, you could actually spam real emotes in real life.
Renmar, how would you spam your real TPs?
I will be non-stop spamming the old Team Liquid one, the flexing horse.
The flexing horse.
I will probably go to the equivalent of over-emoting prison for doing that.
I wonder if... You know, I don't know. The old ones, the last season ones, they don't expire at all, right?
No, you
they don't.
You keep them, okay.
This is going to be the permanent emotes, but now, guys,
predictions.
We have to answer the question at hand. Who do you think will be winning? I'm going with Onic 2-1.
You're going with Onic 2-1? Yeah. Okay, I'm going also with Onic 2-1.
TNC in 5.
TNC in 5, he says.
TNC in 5.
Okay.
TNC in 5. Again, this is a much-awaited matchup because the last time these two teams have met, it was still Kozen who was repping the gold lane for the Phoenix Army. Now the addition of BennyQT back in the lineup alongside his former squads back in Echo, Yahweh and Zaida. It looks like the Storm has something in store for us later on up against the rejuvenated World Champions Onic Philippines. Let's see who's going to be battling it out for our highlight match. This is Onic Philippines versus TNC Phoenix Army.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match, welcome our marshals, Joshua, Patrick, Sent, and Chico. How high can the Phoenix fly and how far can Onic Time go? It's time for TNC Pro Team versus Onic Philippines. The XP laners, Lord JM, and the XP laner of the week, Kirk. The junglers, Zaida, and the jungler of the week, King Kong. The mid laners, Lancy, and the monster mage, Super Fringe. The roamers, Yowie, and the bruiser, Brusco. The gold laners, Bagyong, BennyQT, and the gold standard, Kelra. And their coaches, Coach Imba DJ and Coach Why Not.
Matchup is now underway. Golden matchup underway para sa TNC. BennyQT para sa Onic Philippines. Kelra, step forward. BennyQT, the last time TNC faced off against Onic, hindi ka pa naging parte nun. Paano ka makakasigurado na sa inyo mapupunta ang panalo? Ano ang palag mo?
Siguro ang gagalingan ko lang. Tapos wala akong masabi kay Kelra, gusto ko na lahat.
Kelra, nasa iyo na daw ang lahat. You even got the victory against TNC last time. Ano naman ang palag mo?
Ako, sisiguraduhin ko lang good investment ako mamaya sa game.
Good investment between these two gold laners. We're about to find out. Fist bump, boys. Players, go ahead and proceed. Once again, para sa lahat ng nasa MPL Arena, make some noise for TNC and Onic PH as they go into this final match of the day. Kaya naman, casters, balik sa inyo.
Will we see the fire reignited for the Phoenix Army as they slot in once again the Storm, the finals MVP for M4, BennyQT back in action.
BennyQT back in action alongside Yowie, Lancy, Zaida, and Lord JM. I felt like going the opposite way one time, and we did it. So I think with this, again, TNC Pro Team, they found out what worked for them in the earlier part of the season. They did so many great things, but then they started to kind of struggle a little bit. Now, with the change of the meta that we've seen shift a little bit, obviously it's still going to be kind of finding a place here. This gives so much room for them to bring what made them so good in those first weeks to the table here now for the second half of the season. I think part of this too, obviously, is Lancy. Lancy is going to be that guy, just like we saw from the last series, where it's like Yue is popping off on these mages. He's got to do it for this team because he's against Super Friends here.
Yeah, the Monster Mage has been monster still for Onic, even though, as Kelra and the rest of the squad has mentioned, they're trying to rebuild that super fam chemistry that brought them to the top of the MLBB Esports mountain. And if they want to do that, they're going to have to look back at what made them so good. Their respect to their opponents and their capabilities to come back in a fight. And most importantly, their confidence when they're not overthinking, when they're not seeing themselves as champions still, and they play as if they're still fighting for that first championship. That's what makes them shine, and that's what Coach Why Not is looking for this squad ever since they went on that rough patch.
Maybe part of it was, you know, going back to that connection and everything else. Maybe it was King Kong bringing his hair back. He's back to he's back to the black hair. I think he got rid of the red hair. But I don't know if BPI is going to be happy about that.
Yeah, but you know, guys, I actually am, again, coming into this week, I was actually surprised that in terms of kills for the junglers,
Yeah.
Zaida is actually dominating King Kong. He's standing at second, meanwhile King Kong's at fifth. And if we're going back to Renmar's point that the Super Fam wants to go back to their final form, we know them by dominating through getting kills, by getting level 15 early on, even before 9 minutes in. So will we see that version of Onic up against Phoenix Army?
Yeah, stuff. Time and pacing has changed. So many eyes on Onic Philippines means more teams know how to deal with Onic PH.
Yeah, and now we're gonna check out how these two teams are doing before we head on to our highlight match.
Ito pre, huli ko! Tingin no! Para kaya kung yung Moscow ni Jom nun yung nagta-teleport na ano. Ubus tayo dun. Mamaya magtubig kayo ha. Tubig kayo. And double pre sabot!
Nakalimutan ko yung payong ko, pre. Pakuha. Baka bagyon tayo. Bagyong Benny, 4-3. Naku po, may tambol. Patay tayo dyan. Bang! Bang! Eko! Eko! Yun o, ang palag mo, BennyQT. Ang palag to, may payong akong dala.
He brought an umbrella.
Yep, that's what he said in the last one. He's up against a storm, he has an umbrella.
I hope it's a strong one.
I mean, again, the head-to-head matchup of these two teams, they have to take into account what they need to do coming into this game.
Yeah, TNC Pro Team, just let Benny break him. You provide the space already, keep that up. But if you can put yourself in a drafting spot where he ends up with a Granger again, heroes that shine with holding the back line, Moskov, a carry that's well supplemented, give Benny all the possibilities that you have. Hero strategy so that he can break Onic. Match your old standard Onic PH, what brought you to the top. But that might be easier said than done. So one way that you could do that, remember that your jungler is also your main guy. This goes for both teams actually. As much as this is a gold lane centered matchup, junglers, that stat on Zaida, the fact that King Kong is still trying to catch up on Zaida in terms of the kills, see if you can draft around that idea, that your jungler can get kills and snowball for the team early on, so life for your gold laner is much easier. It's not a one-man show, it's a whole team, but you also got another ace up in your sleeve every time, and that's your jungler.
I like the one for TNC, the BBT. Benny break them. And again, at Renmar, I do agree that it is going to revolve around the junglers. That's why I want to ask you, is it still viable or is it still possible for a 9-minute level 15 for the junglers, considering that there was a major patch that just happened last week?
Yeah, we have seen that, but with the adjustment of how much gold that you actually get from the crab, maybe you might see that go down a bit. We'll have to check it out, see how many times we'll actually be able to see level 15. But one of the reasons why the super quick farm scaling has sort of died out in MPL Philippines is that, again, with how Team Liquid Indonesia and Onic Philippines set that standard in terms of how fast you can farm, teams have adjusted, they've learned, they grew, and they know how to shut that down. Going back again to the first time Aurora went up against Onic Philippines, Demoncat was able to shut down the rotation of Onic Philippines, meaning that there isn't enough for King Kong to steal in the jungle of Aurora. So things like that, pretty sure TNC Pro Team have already prepared for. Earlier in the season, we mentioned that TNC feels like they're looking at the world's best and saying, we can do it too. What DLID and Onic Philippines brought to the table to become the finalists in the World Championship, we can do that too. Their only question now, their only major point is refinement and improvement in that regard.
Yeah, and the major step, or the first step, might actually be going for the blue side. TNC selects that for them. A lot of power picks at play here, considering the fact that, again, Kalea can now be picked. We saw it earlier in the hands of the Merman, the Hitman, the Healman, Renegade in game number 1 up against Twisted Minds. Will we see Kalea again come to play as we approach the first drafting phase of game number 1? Phobius and Louis removed right away, and Onic has to really ban out the Fanny and the Matilda on the red side.
It's not banned out yet, so maybe TNC is trying to opt to go ahead and grab it, and we see Yawi play the Kalea at least in game 1, unless Onic Philippines decide. And maybe for some teams, again, they've had plenty of time to go ahead and prepare for this, so it's like they've got to weigh what they're willing to go ahead and give up. Now, for the most part, if the Kalea is still open and we see TNC grab it, that's the thing, those jungle meta picks, and like we mentioned, you know, those are your main guys. That's what we want to go for. So the Suyo is banned out from Onic Philippines.
All right. The Joy will be available for Onic PH later on, but they have shown that they are also willing to play things like the Alpha. But let's see if their preferences in the jungle has also expanded, considering that they have to consider taking away the Nolan and Haya for Zyda. Two great picks for him. Kalea, of course, is going to be the first pick for TNC. And let's see what they decide to give Super Friends later on. Definitely, I'd want to see Onic have a little bit of priority towards the Gatot Kacha. At this point, it has to come in through the first phase of the draft, considering that they play with it really well, and they need a strong, revitalized hero at the center of the map against a Kalea. If ever they're not going to lean towards that idea, though, they can still go Jawhead at some point. But for sure, the Granger is already in the minds of Onic PH.
You know, Granger and Jawhead sounds great for Onic, because if we're going to go back to what King Kong credits to his amazing gameplay, is that the control Brusco and Super Friends has over the mid lane, but this time they opt instead to go for the Joy and the Granger. Oh, we might see the same beast back in action with his signature Joy.
We might. Part of this too is, again, you know, we have yet to see, obviously, because Kalea just became available, what kind of compositions you can build around this to be exact. And at the same time, since the Harith is banned out, and that's the matchup we're so used to seeing, the Granger and the Harith, what do you think will go in the hands of BennyQT here?
He still has the Irithel as an option if he wants to match it lane per lane, the usual go-to. But they don't go for their gold laner yet. They decide to pick up the Hanzo, and that's what they're going to match up against the Joy. Considering that TNC or Onic Philippines have a very strong backline focus mentality with Super Friends and Kelra, I think the Hanzo is actually a fantastic choice. Meanwhile, you get the Badang for Lord JM, meaning it'll make TNC Pro Team, or Onic Philippines rather, think about banning out the Vexana, considering that's one of their go-to combinations with the Badang. However, TNC Pro Team are going to this with a flex. We don't know if the Kalea will go Roam or EXP, same for Badang.
You know, the thing that scares me for the lineup of TNC, specifically for the Hanzo, is that it could fall off eventually if the scaling goes well for Onic, considering that they have the Joy and the Granger. And this time, the pretty much always contested Zushin has been selected in the hands of the Monster Mage.
I operate under the school of thought that Jushin is a little bit more, how do I say this, friendlier to let through in the current metagame. And now going up against the Hanzo, don't see this a lot, but let's see how it's going to fare for the Jushin. Because I know the Hanzo will deal enough damage at some point to just blow that Jushin up. And Jushin is never happy with assassins on the board. A Hanzo is a ninja similar to Hayabusa. They have different kits, I know, but when you think about it, it's sort of pretty similar. So the Jushin usually isn't happy about that.
Yeah, basically if you're alone, you can expect that you have to drop your phone and wait for the death timer. As we've seen with what MP the King was doing in game number 1 up against Aurora.
Which is...
He even mentioned this nicely that he was using the bite skill as an execute.
He was taking souls, man. He was snatching souls. But that was Renmar.
Oh, that was you, sorry.
That was Renmar. But my point was, even when MP had that kind of game, where at one point he was like, what, 4-0 on the Hanzo? Again, this is still a 0% win rate. This is a hero that hasn't popped up too much. And yeah, it might be able to go ahead and get some pickoffs and everything else, but again, at the end of the day, if you get worked around to the point where you're just getting a kill, but your team is dying, you know, it's going to fall apart really quickly here. So Hanzo, for me, is still a big risk that teams are willing to take and see if they can actually make it work. Now, we haven't seen teams do that just yet, so maybe it's TNC in game 1.
You know, after the adjustment to Beatrix, could this be the time that we start seeing Beatrix once again slotted in the meta?
Attack speed Beatrix is an absolute menace right now. Let's see if they're going to consider that. With the Moskov taken away, last best options are the carry and the Irithel.
Yeah.
There could be a thought or an argument for Brody, but against laning against the Granger as a Brody is a little bit meh. But when it comes to the latter portions of the game, it might actually be okay. As long as they have another source of strong poke damage. With the Hilda picked up here, TNC Pro Team will now think about, okay, are we going to go Vexana or Farsa? I'd want them to consider the Vexana more because it's a proven and tested combo with the Badang. And then their gold laner, yeah, it's either just the Irithel, Beatrix, or Asterisk on the Brody.
Maybe. Again, we saw the adjustments. Right now, Brody has been phenomenal when it comes to positioning because of the adjustments of the added movement speed that he gets. But still, they're gonna go with one of the signatures of the Storms, but the Storm in carry for BennyQT. Vexana is the call of Renmar for Lancey's pick, paired up with Badang. Might be a good option, but they still go for the Valentine.
All right, they decide to go for a bit more close-range dive. This will provide a little bit more space for BennyQT, but risky for Lancey. Let's see if he's gonna commit on the ultimate of the Joy or the ultimate of the Jushin as what he's gonna get. To counter blow for blow, they might actually consider picking up the ultimate of the Jushin more for the Valentina.
Especially if they can get rid of Super Fritz, utilizing the Hanzo.
Yeah, exactly.
Will Jawhead be a good option for Onic, considering that?
Either a Jawhead or a Gata Kacha is my consideration here for Onic Philippines.
If you want to go greedy, go Jawhead. If you want to kind of more sustain with the Revitalize, Gata Kacha might be the job for Brusco. Final pick, we're just waiting for Onic and the glue pick. What a swerve!
Okay, so this is
Rome Hilda?
Rome Hilda.
Yeah. Interesting.
I wonder if will Brusco take the Revitalize on Rome Hilda, or is he still going to roll with the sprint?
I'd want him to consider Revitalize because he's up against a Kalea. Oof. Or maybe he will just commit on speed to get around the map so fast.
And try to find the Hanzo, maybe?
Yeah, and then also to not get caught by the Kalea. So that's why they had to pick up the glue. They needed the roamer substitute in the EXP lane as they go for a backline hunter roamer for the Hilda. It's kind of a gambit by Onic because they need to snowball with this. They do have the early to mid game potential. Late game potential leans towards them as well, considering that they have the Granger. But this is very execution based. Although you can argue the same about the Hanzo, but the presence of a Kalea and Badang, I feel like it's an easier lineup to pull
execute,
off.
Honestly, you need to combine the Purify and the Flicker if you're going up against those two teams. But again, our highlight match is underway. It's going to be the defending champions, Onic Philippines versus TNC Pro Team. Will the storm that is brewing for the Phoenix Army finally get the revenge up against the Sonics?
Already. You know, you see this hero banned out so much because of that Lantern Flare that Jushin can go ahead and play around. And it's quite annoying for a lot of people to deal with, but so far, Lancey holding his own against Super Fritz. And then again, you know, it's going to be like, how can they actually go ahead and deal with this Kalea? It is this time around. Yawi's running the, focusing mark. He's already going to burn the Flicker, actually, as I mentioned it.
Okay, the aggression so far of Onic is paying off. A major resource expended already from
He went
Yawi.
Vengeance!
Yeah.
Brusco!
Oh!
All right, so he knew he needed to sustain. He didn't go for speed. He went for, all right, try to hurt me. I'll hurt you back. And just try to survive as long as possible.
Yeah.
I feel like Assassin for the carry to duel with the Granger a little bit better.
Maybe because, you know, you have a lot of crowd control from Lord Jaime and Yawi. What's a sprint to the capabilities of one Kalea? So I do agree why Brusco went with the Vengeance instead. Little bit of a laning phase between BennyQT and Kelra. It's natural that you will see the Granger dominate the late game centered carry early on.
BennyQT managing it a little bit well, actually. Nothing too crazy. Although he wasn't able to get the last hit on the gold minion. All right, center of the map, even, although Brusco and Super Fritz are making the right move of being aggressive and being the ones to place themselves forward and get information. Super Fritz covered the rotation out of lane by Lord JM. They're going to send the glue to the mid to get a bit more farm. Interesting.
You know, we've been seeing this rotation even way back in SPS, wherein you don't know who's actually the main roamer of Onic. Is it Brusco? Is it Kirk? Because they're really pairing up onto the mid lane. But now, with that kind of rotation, Onic is actually has a good control over this first turtle as King Kong just working on his orange buff up top. Will Onic still contest, or will King Kong make it in time also?
Title Strike, Super Fritz. Yawi not level 4 yet, so no Tsunami Slam. So just kind of poking them down, seeing where things are going to go into here before they commit to this turtle. But Onic Philippines still trying to gain control. Brusco's almost level 4 too. So Zaida will go ahead and finish up. He's got that level 6. And it's just a face-off right now.
Yeah, Zaida and Brusco might just set his eyes onto Zaida. Lancey has the lantern flare of Super Prince as Kirk just working on the turtle. Look at the zone coming in from Super Prince.
Oh, top.
Preventing Yawi, but look at the top though.
Kelra taking a couple shots from BennyQT, so having a hard time 1v1. Brusco trying to spot out. They're going to look like they're going to fight for the turtle already. King Kong making his way to the turtle. They're going to crash down into it. And there's the Tsunami Slam on Brusco, but Kirk gets the turtle. And they're going to fight, force the fight under now the tier 2. Brusco won't be able to get that last hit on Yawi, and they disengage. No one going down, but objective secured for Onic Philippines.
Yeah, very textbook approach there by Onic PH. Up in the gold lane, Keller was brought low. He was trying to go for the beetle, but BennyQT committed his ultimate so that he can bring Keller to the red point. That's why we didn't. That's why we saw BennyQT didn't have his ultimate once we saw him there. Once he got to the turtle fight, though, it was just a great zone out by Super Prince and Brusco. And Kirk actually decided to hold back from being in the front line. He stayed in the back alongside King Kong to help with the entry of Zyda, and miraculously, Kirk was the one able to get the last hit on the turtle. Let's see if Onic PH will decide to commit into this line of thought even more.
Oh, they're going to crash down. They get the flicker out from Lord JM. The beats already popped. Super Prince could be in trouble here. He's going to whittle down, and he gets his soul snatched out of him.
A good response there for TNC. Not minding Lord JM anymore. They went for a bigger fish. Super Prince will fall down. He didn't pop his Purify. But still, Onic has a 1.1k gold lead, and a lot goes to the fact that they have two chunky heroes in Brusco and Kirk that Redmar mentioned earlier can interchange roles, wherein Brusco, paired up with his Vengeance, actually zoned up Zyda by himself. And now Onic Philippines, we haven't seen so far any amazing plays coming in from the Beast, but this might change though, because again, the control of the mid trio, and when I say mid trio, you don't include King Kong because Kirk is in the picture. There's the Retribution.
They want to go for Super Prince again. Retribution used. They get the beacon out though.
Yep.
So that might be okay for them right now.
Let's see if the ultimate will be back. 15 seconds on the timer. I think Super Prince will not have his ultimate in time for this turtle, while Lancey also doesn't have his. Trying to see what ultimate he has now. He does have the bottom lane.
I think he was holding on to the beacon now. Fist crack, fist break, going to be used. Lord JM could be in trouble.
Oh!
He's trapped under his own obstacle.
Traded
now for the turtle. Turtle will be secured by Zyda. Now looking for another fight. Vengeance going to be popped from Brusco. Looking for BennyQT. Can't get the kill. So again, now Zyda picking up another one.
All right, good decision by Keller to actually not show himself and join in that fight. Of course, a deceptive reach because of that rolling wave that the Kalea has in her kit when she jumps up in the air and can reposition. So even though it looked like Keller should have joined in so that they could have secured the kill onto BennyQT that Brusco set up for him, it would have been too risky to finish that off. Tower in the bottom lane broken by Onic PH, and they go for their typical cross-map trade at the second turtle.
Yeah, and still Onic holding on to a 1.28 K gold lead despite the good attempt from TNC. But again, if it continues to pile up the way TNC is countering the aggression of Onic, and if BennyQT continues to pile up kills as well, you're gonna definitely feel the carry later on in the late game. So now Onic Philippines, they need to translate their trades more perfectly, because again, they can't let TNC go for the counter like this.
There's the Tsunami Slam right on Brusco. Again, under the obstacle, Zyda picks up another kill. The combination from TNC right now is just on point, and they're able to get Brusco. I was wondering, because he picked up Vengeance earlier, I felt like he's just going to feel really kind of heavy, you know, around the map.
Especially if Yawi doesn't hesitate to pick him off. Let's see how many more times TNC Pro Team will continue that. Zyda committing the ultimate so that he can get a beetle. I don't think he will, as King Kong will already be closer to level 12. So King Kong farming significantly faster compared to Zyda. 4.26k to King Kong's 5,000.
Yeah, you know, the Joy still needs to scale up later on. Cannot afford to get traded out. Yawi goes right away. And the thing is, we already saw a glimpse of what the Kalea can do. It doesn't even need to pop the flicker or use the flicker. Because of the kit that Kalea has, it's easy for TNC to set up at any given moment. King Kong, it might be in trouble.
King Kong could be in trouble. It's going to get slammed down again into the fight. They're going to try to get out. Zyda's pretty low, though. They might be able to find it as Kelra gets Zyda. He gets a double. He's looking for more. Lancey on the side might pop the beacon. Does it defensively, though. And it's Onic Philippines able to disengage with everybody alive.
So we see a 1v1, but there was a 1v1 that we didn't get to see. King Kong versus the Turtle. He gets the third one of the game, and Onic PH will get the tower as they will continue their aggressive posturing forward.
And now they're translating their rotation to actual objectives, securing the third turtle, plus the first turret onto the middle lane. And we just showed the stats of Kelra for the first 8 minutes so far. I think it's going to increase. He's already picked up 2 kills early on before the 8-minute mark.
He got a Sky Piercer. Should have 2 stacks, right?
Yeah.
He got that after, I think, he built up the Sky Piercer. So Onic PH are just making the right moves right now. You see how much the beacon is actually...
Kurt? Split. Fist break gonna be used. Lord Jam gone again. And now looking for more. Tidal Wave gonna be used already. Zyda could be in trouble trying to get the soul snatch off. Yawi's gone though. Again, they find 2 kills. They trade it for Brusco, but Onic Philippines now working on the tier 2 turret.
This is looking hard for TNC. A 3-level gap already between the 2 junglers. Lancy has his own Lantern Flare, hasn't been used yet. And Onic just demolishing all the outer turrets from top lane to mid lane. Now the TPs. Here comes Zyda, but gets blasted down by Kelra. Unbothered by what TNC is throwing at them. Lord Jam
gets forced to use his fist break, or fist crack, and now he's taken out. I mean, he has had a rough time on this Badang.
Yeah, very tough. He's been forced to use his fist crack a lot to avoid getting crowd control, not actually getting the setup that he wants. And I think we've also gotten to the point because the key moments where Onic Philippines were able to win a major fight and build this lead were on the backs of TNC Pro Team forgetting or not respecting the fact that they're up against a glue. That if you stick together in a team fight, the glue is the happiest. Kirk is unbothered. 0 deaths, no kills, but he does have 5 assists. And Kelra, on the other hand, has 5 kills. So this glue pickup as the substitute roamer for whenever Brusco will be taken out, and he's accepted his fate. 3 deaths. A TNC Pro Team cannot blow so many abilities on the Hilda alone. They have to be able to deal with this glue.
Okay.
Ouch!
Oh, again. Yawi jumps in with the title. Not going to be able to land the Tsunami Slam. Now they're going to be chased down. King Kong. Pop the Retribution, looking for Zyda, pops the beats, is able to find him, and now they collapse down towards the base. King Kong jumping in. Lancy holding on to the beacon still, and it's Onic Philippines. This is the green light for them to take the Lord now.
That's the good use of the availability of the Purify. Kelra was actually zoning out and being the front liner of Onic because he knows that he has an escape if ever Yawi tries to go in. Uncontested Lord take for the Sonics as they were able to take down Zyda. Beautiful play coming in from the Sonics.
How Onic Philippines are playing around Brusco, Super Friends, and Kirk have honestly set things up for Kelra and King Kong very well. They're holding down the front line. They're baiting out abilities from TNC Pro Team. Brusco doesn't mind getting sacrificed here because they know that they have the glue. Kirk isn't putting himself in danger so much. He hasn't been taken out. He's helping King Kong secure objectives, especially in the early game. Onic Philippines have just looked like they've really sharpened up and shapened up back to, well, the key to victory said, their old standard.
Yeah. We're actually seeing it right now as they were in full control of the mid lane. A lot, of course, goes to the credit of Brusco and Super Friends. We're seeing a lot of action coming in from the XP laner and roamer, but we tend to forget the importance of what Super Friends has been doing, the constant pressure of that Lantern, continuing to put TNC out of position, even if it doesn't connect. That's why it's hard for Lord JM and Yawi to actually find those proper angles for a potential comeback. Lord sieging in onto the middle lane. Lancy has his own Lantern Flare as Super Friends leading the charge. Here comes Yawi.
Yawi again with Tsunami Slam. He's going to bring him back. Flicker, Kirk, not going to be enough, but King Kong in the back line. Already popping the beats. Kelra unleashing with Rhapsody. Lord's still going to be up. It should go down before it works on the base. So right now, TNC stays in the game after finding Kirk.
All right, let's see if Onic Philippines get the tower up top. They still have enough members.
Zyda?
Still going for it. Zyda looking for a kill on Super Prince. The Soul Snatch does find a Super Prince. So another kill added to the board for TNC.
It's just weird. Sometimes it feels like Soul Snatch is a bit of a cheat code, huh?
It is.
It's a really strong skill. Takes him out of the map. It's like a sure execute if you're able to commit the full animation onto a low target. It's crazy.
So that's why Zyda already has 5 kills to his name. So far, they're able to have an answer, even if Kirk was actually zoning out the members of TNC. This time, they have to watch out for the damage that can come from Zyda and BennyQT. This is the time where BennyQT tends to shine as well with the carry. Already has that Corrosion Scythe, Golden Staff, and DHS. So one beautiful setup from Yawi can again turn the tides for TNC. Again, he has the Flicker available. If ever they force out the Purify early on onto Kelra, TNC might turn things around.
They're starting to gain some ground here. I think still, even when it comes to it, this next objective, TNC can win a fight if they're able to go ahead and just not get outmaneuvered. That's the problem, because when they start to get in this side of the jungle and more towards that Lord pit, that's where you can see Onic Philippines take an off angle and kind of surprise them. So they really have to rely on that set, like you mentioned, from Yawi, but also just keeping Zyda protected in a way. It's like you got to protect not only Zyda, but also BennyQT. Yeah. But as the game goes further, we might see TNC a little more capable of actually just winning some of these team fights head on.
You know, considering that TNC has Yawi, Zyda, BennyQT, we can actually expect a different kind of angle. Okay, the Pinnacle Jutsu already worked on Zyda quite low. This might be a go signal for Onic to just go and burst down the Lord. That's a beautiful pick-off from Onic Philippines, and TNC has not even a sniff on the second Lord.
Dare I say, Onic Philippines have really just played this game so much better. When we talk about the old standard of Onic, how you control through confidence, Kelra, even though there were times where it looked like BennyQT was able to outsmart him just a little bit in lane, they were able to recover. How Kirk, Super Prince, and Brusco kept things very solid for Onic, so King Kong and Kelra are relatively unbothered. It's just, they're back to their old tricks, and it's a very textbook way to approach it.
Zyda gonna go ahead and try to clear what they can. They gotta deal with this Lord still. Lord JM might be waiting for his own moment to crack and break into the lineup here. Lord's gonna be worked on. It is. King Kong probably gonna be able to find Zyda. Quickly gets thrown into the fountain with the Tsunami Slam. So they lose both junglers. Can Onic Philippines still punch this one in? That top turret's gonna go down. Kirk goes in with the flicker. Yawi takes a couple shots to aggro with the Rhapsody. They're trying to keep it together. Split, gonna be bombed. Lord JM with the crack comes through. And they're still trying to clear the wave. So far, so good. And Onic Philippines only able to take out all the turrets. TNC stays in it.
It's crazy how Onic Philippines didn't get as punished as I thought he would. There was a reason why I was yelling out too aggro. I thought it was way too much. That they were trying to get out of that, but at the end they walk away with only one death. It's King Kong who goes down after trading himself for Zyda. But now the base of TNC Pro Team has no towers remaining. It's just the final crystal.
Wow, despite the 7K gold lead and no turrets remaining for TNC, the community is still leaning towards the side of the Phoenix Army. And again, going back to Redmar's point, I actually thought I thought the same, that the setup coming in from Lord JM, if he held on a bit longer, that might be a potential comeback for TNC, but Onic was just miles ahead, steps ahead of TNC. They just wanted to zone out the remaining members and make sure to take out all inhibitor turrets out of the map for the Sonics.
Despite them having an definitely 100% online carry for this late game, even the Valentina's damage here has to be respected by Onic Philippines. TNC Pro Team needs the Hanzo to deal a good amount of their burst raw damage that they can dish out for the Valentina and the carry to clean up house with. So I think that's why Onic Philippines and especially King Kong went into that with the mentality of, you know what, I'll trade myself for the Hanzo, because even without the Joy, Onic Philippines will still have the Granger, and even at this point, the Juice In has a respectable amount of damage.
But right now in 20 seconds, both teams need their junglers because third Lord will be up for grabs. Consecutive Lords, TNC wasn't able to contest because Zyda was low. The Pinnacle Jutsu already used up and got bursted down immediately by the members of the Onic Philippines. But things might change this time. They might go for a risky play and try to contest for the Lord. Let's see what happens as the third Lord will respawn, and Onic is pretty much has a good hold over the Lord pin.
Yeah, they do. They're going to go ahead and zone them out the best they can here. I'm not sure if TNC is actually going to be able to find an angle to contest, so it's just going to come down to, okay, base defense again. And honestly, with the lineup they have, that might be their best chance of turning things around. Whoa, Conceal going to be used. Not sure where Yawi's gonna go. He title strikes in. There's the tsunami. He's gonna be able to find him down. They have enough damage to take out Kirk. Now Kelra firing off the backside. Super Prince jumps in with the beacon. He'll bring Lord JM back. Now Lancey takes too many shots to the face, but he's gonna be fine. King Kong will jump in with the retribution and gets the flicker out. So all this, the 1-for-1 trade, Lord JM for Kirk without the XP laners, but the Lord is crashing down the mid lane. Onic Philippines, can they end it here? Again, a slam comes down and he finds King Kong. And now still fighting it out, looking to end the game. Kelra takes a couple shots. They're gonna work with the Lord here. Lord, quite healthy, still half health. The base is gonna be worked on and Zaida is gone. Kelra will lock on the base and Onic Philippines will take game 1.
Might be a glimpse of the dominance of the Sonics. But one thing for sure is they won that match with a statement despite losing the beast. Kelra stepped up.
Whew. Confidence by Onic Philippines. And I feel like this is good. Because the times where I was thinking, yo, you guys are a little bit too aggressive. What are you doing there? You should back off. They weren't backing off. And they were rewarded for their aggression. Kelra was untouched in that game.
Yeah. Again, it's gonna boil down to the kit that Onic has. They have 2 Purifies from Super Prince.
Big.
And Kelra, that's why we see a lot of times Kelra just unbothered. Even if he's in the middle of the mix, he's just literally dishing out the damage because you know he has an escape with the Purify.
Yeah, and that's why I appreciate Onic Philippines for taking the Granger as quickly as possible. They didn't want to give that to BennyQT, and of course they're very proficient with it as well. And yeah, the first highlight we saw was a main turnaround point for Onic Philippines. That's when TNC Pro Team just found themselves in a scenario where Kirk was so happy. And you can't fault Yawi for deciding to commit this, because that is such a linchpin for the Onic playstyle. However, TNC Pro Team were just slowed down and weren't able to get out of this. Super Friends being able to catch Lord JM was big. They needed to make sure that they got that trade, and even though King Kong was down, it was just raw damage at this point. Brusco sacrificing himself and Kelra dealing the damage. The main point of this draft, the main identity is, one, Brusco sacrificing himself and that trade with Kirk in terms of who front lines, and that sets up the gold standard to be untouched. No kills, no deaths, 7 kills, 1 assist, and an 893 GPM.
Really, the Sky Piercer that he bought. Was it the first item or the second item he bought? Right away. But one thing for sure is he really made the most out of it with no deaths. Going back to his god status, no longer a man in a dude in the gold lane.
Yeah.
Up against the, let's not forget, BennyQT is an M4 Finals MVP back when he was with Echo.
Yeah. And this is why a lot of the options that were left for BennyQT to pick up, it was difficult, no matter which route he decided to take. Whether it would be the Irithel, the Beatrix, the carry in the scenario, which I get why they eventually had to settle for, because they were up against the glue and they needed the raw, true damage output that a carry can dish out. But in terms of what we've been talking about for quite some time in terms of the damage profile that Onic Philippines has, because of the space provided by the Lantern Flare of the Jushin, that sort of amplifies the damage that can be dealt by Kelra, because he's relatively unbothered. Even the times where Zaida can get to him, quick on the response is Onic Philippines to make sure that Kelra is backed up and that he's well supported. A lot of the formations you can see, Kelra always has like a bunch of bodyguards with him. Prince, Brusco, Kirk, the Granger is so well protected.
You know, I actually like to go back to a point you made early on, where you noticed that Kirk actually let a wave in the XP lane go to waste. He just literally stayed with the mid duo of Onic Philippines.
Yeah.
They're literally banking on the importance of having mid control that you kept talking about all season, and that might be the solution or the key for Onic to go with their god status once again.
Yeah. And one thing I also realized here is that there was a bit more importance by Onic Philippines to win in the EXP lane. Kirk has struggled for the first half of MPL Philippines. That now you saw in the rotations, Kirk, he wasn't managing or trying to outduel the Badang.
Yeah.
He was just clearing minion waves, going to the mid lane. The one time we saw King Kong go for a big gank, where was it? In the EXP lane to try and take down Lord JM, which they were able to trade out the turtle. I believe that was turtle number 1. So let's see if Onic Philippines will continue this, that they need to help Kirk out more and really need to empower Kirk to allow him to empower the rest of the team. And putting him in a glue with an important role here to, not as a sacrifice, but to actually be as a backup roamer for Brusco, worked out very well for Onic Philippines.
The evolution of Kirk, I remember back in SBS, we were talking about how he tends to play like a solo player compared to how in sync the other members of Onic are, because it seems like Kirk has his own world with how he plays, how he dominates his own XP lane, pushes turrets, and this time he's more active in participating with what rotation the Super Farm wants to go with, and clearly it was paying off, because if you'd recall, the first turtle didn't go to Onic. No.
Yeah, it went to TNC. That's what I was mentioning earlier. They traded out the first turtle so that they could get Kirk win in lane with King Kong ganking Lord JM.
And now the BPI rich guy is the god in the gold lane once again. Kelra with a GPM of 893, a perfect KDA that goes well with his high GPM. That's why he's the BPI rich guy.
Yeah, he struggled. You remember there was a time when we got a preview of him 1v1 with BennyQT, and BennyQT was kind of bullying him a little bit on the carry.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's Kelra, and they've gone against each other so many times too. Kelra, even if he loses some of that early game, it's what he did from mid to late game and how he was able to play around that. And that's why we see, again, this Granger, it's always going to be such a top pick because of the fact that you can play from that distance. And we're in this meta now where you get so much space as a gold laner. Maybe it's the best time to be a gold laner main, because if your team protects you well, but also gives you that space, especially around the roam and the mid and your junglers, you can just have your heyday in the back line.
Can I ask a question, Redmar? What's the status of the blue side, red side win rate for today?
Going into today, it was at around 51.5% to just 49, so it's very close.
Yeah.
There's no clear lead as to who wins blue and red. Although for today, after the games that we saw, scroll down a little bit, sorry, there's a lot of stats here.
There's a lot of stats.
All right.
That's why he's the guy.
Blue side win, red side win, red side win. So it's not much. It's a small sample size. Red side just has like 2 wins over 1 win from blue, but that's not much.
Wasn't it last season where it was just like highly skewed blue side?
Yeah, it was like at one point it got as high as like 65% blue side to 35% for red. I'm glad we're not in that universe anymore.
Yeah.
Actually, it might go back to that again because of the presence of Kalea. So the banning side of red side, they pretty much have to ban out a lot of power pick. But so far, we've been seeing Kalea in action. We thought he's going to be 100% banned out, but still was able to get used in Game 1 of the 2 consecutive series. But now I'm curious to know what's happening again with our lovely hosts, Hans Galeria and Kalusi.
Ang Super Fram ng Onic Philippines! You see the spirits.
Onic!
Grabe. As in mainit ang laban na nakita natin kanina. Much love once again to our casters. And of course, it's me, Kalusi. And of course, we are together with 2 lovely ladies here. Please introduce yourselves. Go ahead.
1, 2, 3, feel the magic. It's Pixie!
Hi, I'm Pixie Hannah.
Hi, I'm Pixie Mita.
And so far, Pixie is with us today, one of the P-pop groups. Siyempre, dito mismo sa Philippines, girls. It's so nice to have you here with us today. And I'm sure that, you know, you're probably excited with a lot of matches happening today. Right, Kalusi?
Yes, I'm curious. First time niyo ba manood dito sa MPL Arena Live?
Actually, I'm a fan of MPL. So, matagal na po ako nagpupunta dito. But Hannah, it's my first time coming here.
Oh, first time!
I love to see the support. Hannah, how was it like watching the first game, right? I know it's your first time being here on site. How did you feel about that matchup? Tense?
Yeah.
Tense.
All right.
There's like, wow, like everywhere. So,
Oh yeah, for sure. There's a lot of that happening right here. Mita, is that the same thing para sa'yo? Ganun din ba yung experience mo every time you go here?
sobrang fun talaga ng sagutan ng fans. Yun talaga yung parati kong inaabangan every time na pumupunta ako dito sa...
Nakita ko nga like tumatayo rin sila. Like nakikipoksa
Nadadala
rin sila, no?
Oo. Ako, gusto ko malaman, naglalaro talaga kayo ng MLBB?
Yes po.
Sinong favorite hero nyo?
Okay, ano ko mid laner. So, lagi kong ginagamit si Lilia talaga.
Mid laner si Mita, okay.
Tama ba? Ikaw?
Line po.
Gold lane.
Gold lane. Okay, para Iksha to be specific,
Iksha.
right? So, para lang magkaalaman, what's your rank? Last season.
Ayan.
Last season, just to be sure.
Kasi po nung last season, medyo na-busy kami. Nung 26 points lang inabot ng
Last season, Mythic 26
Busy pa sila
stars.
nun.
Opo, busy
Oo,
ka
busy ka pa nun. Ikaw naman.
Mythic 60 po.
Mythic 60 stars. Parang nasa maling profession ka yata. Pwede kang pumasok. I mean, yeah.
Parang pwede dito, no, Hans? Ikaw ilang stars ka ba last season?
Wag na nating
Ah, wag na
pag-usapan.
pag-usapan.
Wag na nating pag-usap. Ne, joke lang. 48. Papasa naman. Papasa naman, di ba?
naman.
Pwede na. I think I want to know more about your time being, P-pop artists. How do you find time to be able to watch still? Kasi I'm sure you guys have a busy schedule ahead of you.
Actually, we do have like 1 day day off, right?
Okay.
Rest day namin na we can do anything. So, today is Friday. So, it's our day off. So, nakapunta po kami today. Usually kasi may events kami ng weekend and weekdays is our training days.
That's fun.
Grabe, Hans, sinispend nila yung day off nila para lang manood dito ng live.
It's so nice to have you girls here. How can the rest of our MPL fans actually find you? Like, where can we follow you on your socials? Because I assume you have a lot of events, right? So, go ahead and tell them everything.
Well, make sure to follow our official accounts, social platforms at Pixie Official PH on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. And also, stream our debut single, Iced Coffee.
We just reached 200,000 views right on social media. So congratulations, ladies. And I am sure na mainit pa rin ang ating mga fans na nasa likod. Buhay pa ba ang Super Family? Everybody is A-OK. This is still Onic Philippines going up against TNC Pro Team. Casters, balik sa inyo.
You know that all-access segment just goes to show that the Philippines is the strongest region because even our P-pop, our
even the
influencers,
P-poppers.
artists have higher ranks in Mythic. Might even be higher than you, Redmore.
Yeah. Why you gotta put me on blast with that, bro? You know what?
They
Nah,
higher than me,
I
too.
I take that personally. Watch me hit 100 by the end of the year at some point.
But by the end of the year?
By the end of the year, not the season.
I just dude. I gotta stop playing solo queue. It's bumming me out.
Solo, you get better in solo queue.
No, you don't.
You do.
There's nothing to learn in solo queue.
No, you get better.
I play all the roles. No one knows how to play around me. I'm done.
You turn into let me do it. Like
Yeah.
that's how you play.
I'm gonna set up for a Hanabi Layla priority pick. What's that? How is my juicing supposed to be happy with that? I'm done.
Guys, if you want to ease Renmar's pain, just make sure to hit him up and play with him. And don't prio Hanabi, please.
I mean, you can.
You can, yeah.
Just play properly.
Just play
I
properly.
have no problem with the picks.
No,
I have problems with the players.
There's literally something about it where if you have a Layla or Hanabi on your team, you know what happens. But on the other team, they're somehow MVP.
Yeah. And they're so good, you can't catch them. They're playing like it's the M6 World Championship, the Grand Finals.
It's like we're playing against hidden gems, but right now we have to look for the power pose. You have to copy the M6 Finals MVP and the Game 1 MVP for the series, the gold standard, the God of the Gold Lane, Kelra. Hey, he even has Kelra's face with him.
He does. He's got the pose down. He's got the tongue.
Oh, no. You guys are missing the braces.
I just want to say, all these people are spending their Friday night with us, by the way.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
If the child doesn't win it, I will be quite sad. I mean, this guy is a...
I love that there's a coach why not face out there, too.
It's cool. Yeah, it's not just the players.
It's not just the players.
100%.
Oh, it's a face-off. It's a power pose off.
Yeah, I mean, the guy on the right keeps moving. That's what gets me.
You let the kids win, man. You let the kids win.
No,
you don't.
Now you don't. No, you don't.
Things don't come easy in life, children. That's the harsh lesson taught to us.
Yeah, you know what? Stop giving consolation prizes everywhere. Let them know the true test of
Participation awards.
competition.
I'm sure that child, though, will still get something because we're generous.
Yeah.
We're nice.
Are we?
We take care of the kids in our community.
Yeah, not to mention.
I know you are. You used to be a teacher for a
Yeah,
special
I know.
ed, man.
I did.
You have a good heart.
He's taking care of a child right now.
You?
Me?
Yeah. See, I like how you admitted that. You're a child.
He is a child on the desk.
I am a child, but again, we are experiencing a lot of freebies even on the booths. Because BPI is giving away a lot of freebies. Because Mention said we're giving out prizes, right?
Yeah. There's a lot of freebies available here in MPL Philippines. You just gotta participate in the activities.
You just got to buy your tickets online.
Yeah, buy your tickets online. Go ahead.
And
Buy
actually,
it.
go here.
MPLPH.com.
No,
It's .ph.
It's .ph, guys.
Okay,
If you just type in Google MPL PH, it's gonna pop up regardless.
Nice of your age is showing.
MPL.com.
Drink. What did Benny say earlier? Drink your water.
Yeah, drink your water.
Guys, drink
Stay
your water.
hydrated. Stay hydrated.
See, I like how sometimes I come into this saying things wondering, is it going to be correct? And then BennyQT got to back me up with that. How the whole Daddy Benny thing's actually a thing.
Yeah, that's right.
What kind of teammate
Foreshadowing.
close to your age tells you, hey, drink some water, stay hydrated?
Whew, okay, blue side this time will be for the Sonics. Again, Kalea still in the picture, as well as the... Is Granger 100% win rate so far today? I think he is.
Today, yes.
Today, yes, yeah.
That must be the most powerful picker right now so far. So Cecilia is out of the picture, respecting the late game capabilities that TNC can pull off later on. A final ban for TNC. A lot are still on the board. The Chip, the Granger, the Kalea.
Honestly, if I'm TNC, ban the Joy so you can pick the Granger on the first two picks.
for a real fight.
Okay, they take out the
Kalea. This happened last series too.
You
Second game she was banned out.
Just go Granger. Keller, I know you want it.
What about the Suyo though?
Give the Suyo, get the Joy.
Yeah.
Same lineup a while ago.
Yeah. No, but if Onic Philippines get the Granger, TNC can go for the Joy. The main trade I'm looking for here is Granger and Joy. So they go for the Suyo. TNC Pro Team will 100% get the Granger. If we do not get the Granger here, I'll be asking questions. There we go. And they get the Cho for Yaoi too. Let's go.
They're just literally clapping every time he picks it.
Even the super fam cheered for that.
They're like,
That's how hype it is. It's Yaoi gets a Cho.
Yeah, last time we saw Yaoi with the Cho. I mean, one of the last times was up against Aurora, where we witnessed the Cho down. He won one game with the Cho. Now he's making now he's looking to make it 2 up against Onic. Onic, there's still Jawhead for Brusco, yeah?
Yeah, Jawhead Suyo is such a deadly combo. There's the Hereth though and the Jushin again.
Yeah. I'm getting my wish where Jushin keeps getting that through. I just have to keep reminding myself that Jushin exists now as a pickable hero.
We're so used to it getting back.
Exactly. I keep forgetting to call the Jushin. So it's Hanzo still. There's something about Hanzo that teams are
What is it about Hanzo, man?
I mean, towards the mid game, especially before.
That's a big 0%.
Yeah.
Before the 9 minutes, Zaida was actually performing well. He ended the game with 5 kills to his name.
Maybe it's a cheat
but
code.
they're getting kill trades.
It's the cheat code.
Yeah, they're getting a -1, but that's it.
I don't know. I'm not the pro player.
This is where we brainstorming on.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Why?
It might be a different time because right now Yaoi has the Cho, so it's not just Zaida who has to use the Pinnacle Ninja first. The initiations can come from the Cho.
Okay.
So the ultimate won't get person down right away.
To be fair, they were also doing a good job of, or at least Zaida was doing a good job of taking away the ultimate of the Jushin early, because you can commit your ultimate to force an ultimate out. That's one of the best things about the Hanzo, because he gets the cooldown of his ultimate is so short.
Yeah.
You get it so quickly. So maybe that's why Hanzo's coming up in the big right now, considering that the ultimate of Jushin is one of the best things about her kit. But it's not the best thing. The best thing is still her second skill.
Yeah. As long as you can take her out, I think you lose a lot of that kind of utility that gives.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think maybe some of the teams obviously are going to continue. We see this Hanzo like picked up, and that's the great thing about it is we already talked about the addition of Kalea will change this draft. So that's what we're seeing. Like you mentioned with the Jushin popping up again, there's space for some of these picks now to kind of come up.
Gatot, Jawhead, high loss. One of the options that Brusco can go with. Maybe even the Hilda later on. But let's see what's the final ban of TNC because they took out the glue of Kirk.
I'm thinking Onic can go for a Hilda Gatot or a Hilda Johet. Those are them. For TNC, I'd want to see them pick up like a CC.
Yeah.
And then for the mid laner, I wonder if they have it in their hearts to play Veil.
For Lancy?
Yeah. He hasn't played it yet, but I want to see them consider that.
Maybe. But for Onic, I'm kind of leaning towards what you said with the Gatot because if they're going to try and control the mid lane and group up as much as possible, they want to play around the fact that they have a Revitalize.
Is to protect lives.
Oh, they were thinking EXP. I lost.
Allow me to lead the charge.
Okay,
Hilda.
Good call that they take the Hilda away. So it becomes could be a CC Hilda matchup.
This has to be a Jawhead here. Like, I feel like this is... That would be good enough for them to go ahead and pick up a Jawhead.
Yeah. Jawhead CC for Brusco and Kirk.
It's a little bit more offensive-minded. However, that might be... The Hanzo might be happy with that. Let's see.
There it is!
Okay, now for the last, the XP lane. Maybe Edith? Oh no.
Oh, they go
Gacha.
Gatot.
Okay, one of the few teams to consistently pick a Gacha in the XP lane. I think that's where they're going to get their Revitalize.
What? Farsa, Valentina.
I hope they consider Aurora here.
If you're quick enough, can you technically use the Unbreakable Taunt to like go ahead and taunt a Hanzo to the point where he accidentally like soul snatches you?
For him to soul snatch you.
You need the stacks, right? You need the...
Ho, 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 whoa.
Whoa, is that... Whoa, debut pick. Zask?
Okay.
Question mark?
Whoa. In the hands of Lancy. Is this a debut pick?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Debut.
For the first time as Zask. We saw a couple of Zasks last season during Season 14, but this time it's the first time and will be played by Lancy for the side of TNC. Match point for Onic, and they decide to go for a debut pick. That caught me by surprise.
I get it.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why I suggested Aurora is one of the mid laners I look at if you want a mid laner that can deny at least one pick-off attempt because you'll have your passive. Similar to how Nana also has her passive in that way. But the Zask goes with that line of thought too. You toss the Zask and you're not able to blast him fast enough, he'll just be able to dominate their descent and cancel out the pick-off that the Brusco will set up. So I like that thought. Let's see how it plays out in practice.
Yeah. Game number 2.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Underway, match point for the defending champions. Will TNC this time flip the script and try to extend it to game number 3, or will Onic finally ride their momentum and continue their winning streak?
There's just something about Zas that just doesn't look right. I mean, I don't know. It's like he's in a costume. Like he's not actually an alien or whatever he is, but...
The true aliens are the friends we made along the way.
What?
That's true. Don't forget to grab the new skin, by the way, for MPL. Prismatic Sentinel.
I like how he went straight into a plug for a promotion.
Whoa!
Oh, he gets caught!
Oh, Lancy. Already popping the flicker.
Okay.
Yeah, he does get caught. King Kong is level 4 now, though.
Oh, they are tearing through the jungle of TNC Pro Team.
Well, we got to move the... We got to take a look at this. They are just... And this is maybe the plan against the Hanzo. Just put as much pressure as you can.
Yeah. And you see where Kirk went to immediately go into the Beetle so that he can spot out the info and see if they can try to deny a Beetle away from Zyda. Is he even going to be able to hit level 4? Oh, he will. He used the red tree.
Yeah, he did.
He's behind in terms of the farm. He's losing the rotation.
He's like a level behind at this point.
Yeah, you can consider that.
Zyda right now having such a hard time up against
Brusco
with
the
no!
right into the hands of King Kong. The first blood for Super Prince. That's the combo we're used to seeing every time the Suyo and Jawhead combo comes through.
Yeah, unlike the Zask that we're seeing right now, a first blood drawn onto the debuting pick in the hands of Lancy. That's an aggressive play. We always want Onic to be constantly doing early on to apply pressure once again and control onto the mid lane. Kelra going up against BennyQT, catching a couple of Rhapsodies there.
The difficult thing about TNC Pro Team's lineup is they're very farm heavy. Mid lane, jungle, gold laner, all want farm. It's a greedy lineup.
Very expensive lineup. Now for the turtle, for the taking. Yawi not level 4 yet. Kirk charging up the Unbreakables. Going to be able to taunt Zyda though. And now still working for it. Zyda's going to jump in. Does get the turtle. Already Avatar Guardian comes down. They're going to force the fight. Brusco's gone out of the picture. And Yawi is still alive, admits it all. So now TNC gets an objective, they get a kill.
Yeah, good commitment there by TNC Pro Team to not let go, even though things look hella shaky for them. And Zyda being able to win the retro battle against King Kong, who I believe let his retro go a bit too early. There was just less than, I believe, 100 HP left on the turtle by the time he used his retribution, and Zyda was able to use his to get that.
Not to mention, Yawi was able also to escape this, considering the fact that Yawi wants to go for Super Prince, though.
Oh, Yawi.
Outplay.
Focused down, thrown into the air, under the turret. Can't escape that. Zyda now, though, trying to go for Brusco. Should be able to soul snatch him. Brusco takes a couple shots, and it goes down. So again, a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, roam for a roam, but a great little outplay by Super Prince against Yawi. Able to use the dash shot from the Crimson Beacon so that he wouldn't get comboed in a good angle by Yawi.
Kelra. Taking a couple shots there from Benny. Benny's been pretty good in the lane, at least against Kelra so far. King Kong now here. Yawi's just around the corner. Doesn't have a flicker, though.
That was close for the gold standard. BennyQT just dishing out that Sonatas in hopes of trying to reach Kelra. 30 seconds still before the next turtle will be spawning. But Onic, it seems like the TNC found their groove again, and they're able to control Onyx aggression.
Okay, good control in the mid by Onic Philippines, still committing a lot of that. See, they're not leaving Kirk in lane. They're really just clear, rotate. They're willing to give up a bit of lane control for more map control. And I'm reminded by something that I remember we pointed out last season about the presence of a Zask, where there was a point in season 14 where...
Ejector again, it's Lord JM. He's tanky enough. Does flicker out. 4 gonna chase him down. Takes a shot with the Queller, but he's gonna be fine. Yawi now here, and Turtle is up. Yawi jumps in, finds Liberty Kondo. Avatar of the Guardian gonna go in. They Unbreakable. Zyda's looking to cap off the kill on King Kong. He stops him though, and Zyda goes back. Kirk gets the Turtle. And now they're gonna be on the chase. Super Prince keeping them at bay, and TNC really bad fight there for them.
Oh, okay. They might set their eyes on Yawi here, Super Prince.
Yawi jumps in, still Super Prince. Zyda goes in once again. On the flicker, ejector, but it's Lord JM. He's tanky enough. I'm not sure if that's who you want to focus down. Lantern's gonna be there, and here's Kelra. Comes in to pick up the kill. Finally taking out Lord JM.
Good control by Onic Philippines. And miraculously, Kirk got that last hit of the turtle, so the great efforts of TNC Pro Team were immediately squashed. Kelra sacrificed a bit of control in the gold lane. He got a kill, but BennyQT was not able to take down the tower. As I was saying earlier, before I was interrupted, Lancey with the Zask. There was a time last season where the Zask actually made Hariths have a hard time in team fight. So let's see if that comes into effect.
Yawi again with the Way of the Dragon. They're gonna crash down. He's gonna be in trouble. Super Prince can't last. He goes down. Great setup from Yawi.
Oh, it seems like a Cho Hanzo combo is almost a sure kill, especially with a Soul Snatch on the right target prepared by the Cho. So that's new learning for today.
Yeah.
So far, TNC still finding ways to even out the score 3-3 as we look at the Infinix hand cam. So this time, this is a good sample of Infinix hand cam because there was an instance last week. We saw an Angela, a hand cam this time in the hands of Zyda as well. And going back to Renmar's point, the aggression of the... Whoa, wait a minute.
What are they going for this time? Brusco won't be able to survive. The Zyda is on a point. It's the combo we were just talking about, man. It's almost a guaranteed kill.
Yeah, Hanzo and Cho, okay. So Hanzo really shines well with the pick-off style heroes. No wonder why they went for that Yawi, Kalea paired up with a Hanzo earlier on, and they're trying it this time around with a Cho. Okay, so Sky Piercer just built up by BennyQT. We can start counting his stacks easily. Doesn't have a kill just yet. Zyda with the golden staff already. This Hanzo is online, and Onic Philippines needs to watch out for it.
Okay, 1-for-1 in terms of turtle takes, but now TNC
Yawi's
Might
got a
just be able to
flicker.
take it away. Yawi!
Goes in, gonna kick the wrong way though, and now he's gonna be punished. Zyda also jumping on in. Kirk trying to get the jump off of the Avatar of the Guardian, it won't. Dominator Descent already gonna be used. It's gonna be enough to zone them forward. Kelra firing off under the Zaman Force. Will be able to clear it. King Kong gets a flicker out, takes a couple shots with the Rhapsody from BennyQT. Zyda waiting, but the turtle secured by Onic. Now Lord JM on the run. King Kong's gonna be able to find Lancey, and he takes him out. Still looking for Lord JM. He's left alone, and Benny's gonna jump in, able to find King Kong, but now Kelra comes on board. Yawi wants to fight Jikundo. The kick in the wrong direction again. Not able to find Super Prince, and now Kirk joining the fight, jumps in with the Avatar of the Guardian and Zyda, waiting for the rest of the team to follow on through and helps him escape. Zyda goes back, but he's not going to push any limits any further.
That clash was long. Imagine Yawi was the first man down. He was back on track once again, but 2 consecutive off-angle kicks for the show really spelled disaster for TNC. They were able to get a couple of kills, but you're seeing the effect of the greedy lineup. If the kicks don't connect, it's hard for TNC to answer back.
Yeah, but they were able to hold on long enough. Kelra, a great entry. Have the Zaman Force come back just in time. Gonna get the right angle. Super Prince, if I'm not mistaken, got to flicker away so that the trajectory of the Way of the Dragon by Yawi would get changed. So Onic Philippines are respecting the setup of the Cho a little bit more. You see how fast they were able to collapse onto Yawi in the initial pickoff that he went for. He wasn't taken out, but then they were able to counter things out. So it's a push and pull. There's no clear winner here. Here comes Zyda.
Zyda, I think he's just going to clear that out. King Kong just going to go ahead and go back to base here, but that seems to be the case. You know, again, Zyda hasn't died yet. He's cut it close a couple times, but there still has to be an answer. And you think about it, when this Lord does come up, Yawi's obviously going to have that Way of the Dragon and the Flicker available, so they have to play against that. That is the most devastating combo that can break through.
You know, just like what happened during game number 1, wherein we're starting to see or suspect moments that we think Onic is staying a bit too long during classes, but it's actually paying off for them. These types of extended clashes, again, it's going to boil down to the fact that they also have Kirk. With the Revitalize, they can out-sustain as much as they can. And if the kicks don't connect for TNC, again, it's going to be hard for them. But now the Lord has spawned. Both teams are capable of taking away this Lord. Not much of a gold lead for Onic as it sits below 500. Let's see if Zyda can out-retry once again the beast himself.
One thing we also have to point about the lineup of TNC Pro Team is that if Onic PH get caught in a bad spot of them running away, that's a very difficult lineup to run away from the TNC Pro Team has.
Oh,
it's getting
both
rushed!
Shield's going to be used. They're going to rush the Lord. They sight King Kong go on the bottom side. They're going to push for it. Lord goes to BennyQT. They're able to secure. Super Prince jumping in with a beacon. Lantern Flare on Lord JM. They do catch Yawi as well. Still looking for more. They get a flicker out from Lancey. And King Kong wants to run in under the turret. Zyda jumps on in. Benny gets a kill. Gets a double. Looks for another. Kelra's in trouble. Give the Storm a triple. He's looking for another. And he comes in with the Maniac. Can he get the Savage? Super Prince can't bob and weave away. The Storm is online.
Sometimes gods can fall to the power of nature. The Storm is back with a Savage.
TNC marching on. They have minions onto the middle lane. Lord sieging in at the bottom. And TNC, we've been waiting for the Storm. It's been brewing. BennyQT, second game coming into Season 15. Already a savage for the Storm.
That's what we were talking about for TNC Pro Team. Number 1, their key to victory, let Benny break him. Number 2, what I just said heading into that sequence, that if they're caught out in a bad spot by TNC, the lineup TNC has is difficult to run away from. They will pepper you from afar and chase you down for kills.
Oh man, where's your umbrella now? Said BennyQT. Zyda jumping in again, doing enough damage to keep them at bay. The shield's gonna pop, so the Lord's gonna be worked with. And that's what it results to, but man, what a swing for TNC.
Man, they learned from last week. This time, it was a decisive move from TNC to literally rush the Lord. Catching Onic by surprise, forcing out the flicker from Brusco, forcing out the AUG away, coming in from Kirk. Caught Onic in a bad position. That's why TNC was literally able to keep BennyQT and Zyda alive. Looking at the damage coming in from this Granger, a triple already. The Sky Piercer was well worth it for the Storm, picking up 5 kills in 10 minutes.
He got all his kills after his Sky Piercer was built. That's 70 stacks already on that Sky Piercer. That is not cool for Onic Philippines. If you're TNC Pro Team, you are definitely happy. You are back in this game, and not just back, you are dominating.
Yeah.
That's not cool, man.
That's not cool, man. If you're Onic, that's the shot call now. Hey, guys, it's not cool.
It's not cool. 4K gold lead already for TNC. Now they're just literally waiting for a perfect opportunity to strike.
Third Savage of the season. First one by Super Marco. After that, it was Kyle. And then now the third one by BennyQT.
Man, and it's his second week just back in the MPL.
Yeah.
Again, we saw the comparisons between him and Kyle. Oh, there's the kick again. I mean, he's not going to actually pull the kick. Goes in with the G Kundo. But they just want to go ahead and keep things at bay. The Lord is coming up in a couple seconds. TNC with the favor here. We'll see if they can keep it in their favor. So Super Prince going to be in trouble. Zyda goes in. Kirk's gone. So Super Prince survives, but they lost Kirk.
Crucial kill for TNC. An immediate response from Zyda. 308 already with a Hanzo. Will Onic be able to contest? They're covering every single ground right now. They have to defend this upcoming Lord because TNC, again, with a decisive play to go for the strike as they take down the second Lord.
Yeah, right now, if you're Onic, you've lost your timing, your conditional window. TNC Pro Team can continue bullying Onic Philippines like this. And that's why I put a lot of importance on the Granger pick for BennyQT. He just plays it so well, and TNC play around it so well. Even though it took them a long time to get control in this game, now that they have it, they got it off of the back of a BennyQT Granger Savage. That's why earlier on in the draft, we were making a big deal about the Joy Granger Suyo trade. If Onic was willing to play into it, they picked up the Suyo, and now they don't have the easy backline access for the Granger. Because every time Kirk can enter the backline, he will just get blasted.
Yaoi with a conceal. He's trying to look for a proper target. Okay.
Jumping in on Super Prince again. The Soul Snatch not going to be enough to get the kill. Mid turret's already going to fall. They're going to fire off still from the backside. A TNC might not be able to fully push in just yet, but Yaoi jumps in, finds Super Prince with the kick, forcing the fight. Super Prince still going to be alive. Lord JM jumps in. His immortality still going to be up. The Lord's going to be worked on. Lord JM, the one to work on the base. Base at a quarter of the health. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, they're still keeping it together, and Lord JM finally falls. TNC loses 3.
To sustain from Onic. Beautiful jump in from Kirk to cast that AOG and revitalize right away to try and save Super Prince, who still has his Lantern Flare. That's why they were able to clap back. Zyda goes in after King Kong!
Fights him, finds him, and bites him. Gets the Soul Snatch. We'll be able to find King Kong, so they stay in the game.
It's going to be a tough climb for Onic PH. Even though they can counter, even though they can get Benny, there is still the Hanzo to deal with. 0 deaths for Zyda. 51,000 damage dealt, more than his gold laner and the gold laner of Onic Philippines.
Yeah, that's why coming into this game, he's second when it comes to kills in the jungler role, despite being 5th place. That's how amazing Zyda has. That's how good he has been performing. And the beauty of TNC's lineup, we called it greedy because they can do this.
He's going to go again, gets tossed up with the injector, should be able to get back. Does return to his body, and all this for that purple buff. King Kong makes it in time. Should be able to go ahead and secure it. So again, you saw just a preview of how much damage this Hanzo from Zyda is able to do.
Yeah, not just the damage, the vision and information it also provides. It ensures that Yaoi doesn't have to go for the brushes. It makes him just worry about the potential setups that can come from Yaoi.
Items for the mid laners, considerable lead for the Zask, already 3 core items built up, a lot of damage coming out of that. I think a little bit more cooldown reduction and sustainability is going to be built up here by Super Prince, considering that he's using himself as the main target for the Hanzo, while at the same time, Yaoi's also been locked in on him, so TNC Pro Team have shifted their priorities to respecting the heck out of the juice in. When they can spot him, they go for it.
Oh no, Yaoi's gonna get tossed up! Just walks on through! Didn't have the information, I guess, for that. The mid lane is gonna be pushed by, so they have to clear that out, but without Yaoi, Onic might actually have an advantage.
Let's see if how they can play into this. They have to push out the minion waves first before they try and get something. Brusco might wait for his unstoppable force to come back to try and take another member of the front line of TNC down.
Oh, Zyda goes in again. He's going to be looking for it. Brusco takes quite a bit of damage. He's going to be able to go now. King Kong cleared the mid lane, and they're going to go for a reset. I think it's TNC just stalling out for Yawi.
Yawi will be able to come back in time. I don't think he has the movement speed boost that he can get from a conceal because he used it earlier. He will have his ultimate and flicker available. Yawi's back on the board.
Zyda once again going to go for it. Causes a distraction. Does some damage to Kirk. Going to be fine. Kirk does still have a revitalize too. They're going to go for the Lord already. BennyQT fire off from the backside, and King Kong will get the Lord. Now they go for the disengage. Lord JM on the run alongside Yawi. They might still try to go and force a fight, but it looks like they can't catch up to Onic Philippines.
The beast of the jungle out-retrieving Zyda in a crucial moment. Not yet an evolved Lord, but still at this point Onic is just literally trying to get anything they can take away from TNC and mitigate the gold lead they've established. 3K gold lead left for TNC, but this might change with the push coming in from the Sonics.
The moment Zyda showed that he no longer had his Hanekage form, Onic Philippines, after slowly whittling down the Lord, they decided to go for the full commit blast. Luckily, King Kong was able to win the retry there, got it. And now Onic Philippines will be able to play out of this lead. You see Twilight Armor built up by the Gacha. All the burst coming out from TNC Pro Team needs to be dealt with.
The Super Fly playing around together, trying to burst down the Pinnacle Ninja right away from Zyda, so there's no potential pickoff. Lord sieging in onto the top lane.
Yeah, key item here for Super Face actually has the Winter Crown. That's what we were talking about earlier. Cooldown reduction and sustainability.
Zyda trying to go ahead and focus down Kirk. Kirk popping the Revitalize. The top turret of the base finally going to go down. Still over half health on this Lord. BennyQT will go ahead and work on it. Onic Philippines seeing what else they can get. That mid wave is pushing now for the tier 2. They might just try to go and be disciplined. King Kong too, taking a lot of damage actually, but he's going to be fine. And so they only get that top base turret while TNC continues to clear out the waves.
20 minutes almost, 12-15 kill scoreboard, and an inhibitor for an inhibitor. Wow, what a game these two teams have been showing. Onic was able to delete at most, what was it, 6K gold lead the TNC established, or 5?
Yeah, they were able to do that after one surprise rush onto the Lord and being able to play out trades well. They need to regain control in the map after they took down Yawi, and then once they saw that they got the ultimate off of the Hanzo, then they decided to full commit this. It's anyone's game now, though, who can execute better. If Onic Philippines blow out too many of their abilities for the eventual punish of BennyQT and Zyda and Lancey that will follow, then they will lose. If they can wait for the right time and the right entry of the main damage dealers of TNC Pro Team, then they can win.
Concealed plays are going to be more crucial this
By the way,
time.
Both Keller and BennyQT both have 8 kills and 1 death in this game. If somehow Keller ends this game with a Savage, I'm going to lose my mind. BennyQT already got 1. Come on, Keller, get him back.
At this point, anything is possible.
Bring out that umbrella.
Bring out the umbrella.
TNC, BennyQT reminding his members to drink water and try to take a chill pill right now because a major objective is coming. 3 seconds. That's the evolved Lord. The past 18-minute mark Lord has now spawned.
Onic decided to commit a full 5-man rotation bot because they thought they might catch 1 or 2 members of TNC to try and pick off someone there. Since no one was there, now TNC Pro Team has a bit of advantage around the objective, considering that they're using the spawn, the Nightmaric spawn of the Zas to get information while keeping their frontliners safe.
Good usage of it.
Yeah.
Onic holding on to this Lord. It's going to be a matter of who's going to set up first. The conceals are ready for both of these teams. Still no one full committing on this Lord.
Yeah.
Look at Yawi.
Yawi.
This could be the last Lord of the game.
Might be gonna get spotted out. King Kong finds him. So again, both
Conceal.
Rome's holding on. Conceal gonna be Yawi's gonna miss. Unfortunately, now Brusco popping his own Conceal. They're gonna go in. It's already Zyda. He actually has to back off. So both Romes not able to find those setups they were looking for. So we get a reset.
Yeah, we was thinking that King Kong would actually step back, but no. King Kong just stood there saying, now what? You overshot your Jeet Kune Do.
The real Sigma showing his mechanical prowess. 30,000 HP for this Lord. The Katil and Flicker was burned for Yawi. Kirk burned his AOG.
And that mechanic was standing, not moving. Pure mechanics.
Pure skill. Sometimes that's how you win the fake out, man.
Okay, the side lane minion waves for TNC Pro Team do not look good, especially that one at the bottom. So a little bit more advantage for Onic Philippines once they see that's the one up top. They know the Zas is the bottom lane, but they're really waiting for Zyda. The ultimate of that Hanzo. It's so important for a condition right now for Onic to full commit this.
Okay, Latzi. This time in the picture as Zyda already gets his orange buff.
Oh, it resets again.
Yeah, great handling in the map right now by TNC Pro Team, though. They're doing everything they can right now, although they see that the Hanzo, you already used the ultimate.
Oh, they might burst this down.
They're going to be able to go. Lancey trying to get the Dominators sent out.
They can't rush it.
They're going to give this signal to go, but Zyda's now back for this fight.
Yawi?
Am I looking for the angle again? Conceal going to be used. Won't be able to find King Kong that he's looking for. Still has the immortality. Brusco's going to toss him in the air. Zyda trying to help with the revitalize. Is going to be enough to heal them out as Yawi goes down. They get the flicker out. BennyQT will fire off from the backside. He's zoned out from the team though. Now Zyda trying to help Lord JM. Rest of his team's going to be there. BennyQT, immortality, and gets tossed in as he goes down. Now Benny's gone. Super Prince dealing with Zyda, pops the winner's crown. And this is Onic Philippines now able to take this Lord. They took out 3 members of TNC.
Wow.
But Lord JM's still there. Look at the push on the bottom side.
They're going to go ahead and try and end it. They're not going to go for the Lord anymore. The last time we saw this, TNC lost the match. Onic decide to full commit this. Can they actually win it through here?
They still have that wave pushing on top. They don't care about a Savage. They don't care about a Storm. Onic Philippines comes together to sweep the series.
The Storm may have gotten a Savage, but what are the laws of nature to gods themselves?
Onic Philippines now riding on a 4-game win streak. Slowly going back to their God's form. Once again proving that the Super Fam will always reign supreme.
Damn good game. Woo. That was a really great game of MLBB, folks.
They broke Chantel's, her blessing or curse, whatever you want to.
Her streak, her 3-series streak. In a game where BennyQT got a Savage, TNC lost, and that's not because TNC messed up or anything. Onic Philippines just like flipped the switch in their brains, and they were just playing in God mode.
And that's the thing, that's the scariest part, because Onic, TNC literally didn't commit that much mistake. It was really Onic trying to utilize and maximize what they have and just really outperforming at TNC. That's the sign of a champion, the sign of a god. But still, props to TNC for really performing very well up against Sonics.
I really want to hype up the King Kong escapes from Yawi. The first one stood in front of Yawi, forcing him to overshoot the Jeet Kune Do flicker. And the second one was him having a strong sense of going like, yeah, Yawi's gonna be there. Let me toss my dagger to escape. And the moment that Yawi already got to where King Kong was, the dagger was tossed out and King Kong was safe. You go back and look at those highlights, King Kong was wilding out for that.
Just watch this. I honestly call that the mental mechanics that the Beast showed us, but now I have to see what the winners have to say for their amazing performance.
4 matches straight. Super Fam, here are your winners, Onic Philippines! Gentlemen, congratulations and maging parte naman kayo dito. Yan, dito naman tayo sa kabila. Alright, 4-match win streak. I know you guys are very happy about this. Kelra, it was a truly intense series kanina. 2-0. Naka-savage na si BennyQT pero nakuha nyo pa rin yung panalo. Talk to us about the communication. Paano ba kayo hindi na-tilt nun?
Siguro yung ano talaga, kaya nabaliktad pa namin kasi nandiyan si Bruce Goat.
Sino?
Bruce Goat.
Si Bruce Goat. Andito sa likod, Bruce Goat. Bruce Goat. Paano ba yun? Ano ba yung kwentuhan nyo nun nung na-savage na? Was it over? Next game na ba? Ano ba yung mindset nyo during that time?
Sabi ko sa kanila, tiwala lang, huliin ko yung Granger.
Huhulihin niya lang. Tapos yun na yun. Actually, since nandito na rin naman kay Brusco, Kalusi, may nakikita kasi ako sa social media na parang may durugan na mangyayari bukas. 'Di ba? Si ikaw tsaka si Rene J. So yung sabi niya nung nakaraan, dinurog ka naman daw niya nung una kayong nagkaharap. Gagawin niya lang daw ulit. Ano naman yung rebat mo dun?
Para sa akin, parang siya dapat yung bumaki sa akin kasi last season wala pa siyang panalo eh.
Oo, mainit.
Pasaway ka, Brusco. Pasaway ka. Lipat na natin kay Coach. Coach.
Lipat natin kay Coach Hans.
Ikaw na muna, Coach, ha?
Coach, para sa'yo, Coach, given your rocky start ng first half ng regular season, paano mo naman i-rate yung level of competition this season compared to last season?
It's a lot better. I mean, kitang-kita naman, iba yung hype ng mga teams ngayon. Liquid with Oheb, Benny, pinalakas yung TNC, and Aurora, I think, speaks for itself, 8-0. Pero apart from that kasi, yun nga, titinan mo last week, Twisted Minds, nahirapan kami. So I think competitive talaga lahat. And, you know, as a fan of the game, nakakatuwa, nakaka-proud. Pero yun nga, papatunayan namin na kami pa rin.
Malakas pa rin ang Onic. And speaking of rocky start, paano nyo naman na-maintain yung culture nyo pa rin as a super family?
Ayun pa rin. Siguro sa pamilya kasi nga masaya, magkakasama, madalas, alam mo yun, laugh trip, etc. Ngayon na medyo rough, nandun kami sa point na nagsasabihan kami, mainit ulo, ganyan. Pero alam namin at the end of the day, isa lang naman kasi goal namin ni Manalo eh. So, it's tough, pero wala, ganun talaga eh. Lumakas lahat eh. Diba?
Importante talaga ang bonding, Hans.
Yeah, and they were definitely executing it dun sa laro. I have just one more final question kay King Kong. King Kong!
King Kong!
Ano ba yung laro mo kanina? Nakadalawang iwas ka dun kay Yawi. As in, sinubukan niya talaga lahat, conceal, flicker, para makuha ka lang. In those kinds of situations, kung ganun ka-tense yung sitwasyon, what's usually running through your mind? Ano ba yung dapat na ginagawa ng isang jungler to make sure na makukuha niyo yung major objective pag mga ganong klase na yung usapan na ikaw talaga at alam mong ikaw yung pinipressure?
Kanina kaya mas naging aware ako kasi before mag-start yung game tsaka habang in-game kami, nire-remind ako ng mga kampi ko na si Yawi mahilig tumarget ng kung di jungle, gold lane. Kaya mas aware ako kanina.
And you were just able to do that kamakailan lang. King Kong, napakarami ng super fam na sumuporta sa inyo para sa araw na ito. What is your message to all of the Sonics who came here today at sa lahat ng nanonood sa kanilang mga tahanan?
Sa lahat ng fans namin, thank you very, very, very much. Lagi pa namin gagalingan lalo and mas gagalingan pa namin next time. Magpapalakas kami lalo.
And welcome back to your black hair, King Kong. Once again, your winners, Onic Philippines. Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. That is a 4th straight match win, and with that, you may now take your bow. Super family not faced by the highlights, even though may mga times na hindi pumapabor sa kanila, they still find ways to be able to get those wins.
Onic is definitely back on their winning streak, and sabi nga nila, gagalingan at gagalingan pa nila sa kabuuan ng regular season.
Pang-apat na sunod-sunod na laban na naipanalo ng Super Family. Pero ano kaya ang masasabi? Siguradong maraming pag-uusapan ang ating mga casters. Balik sa inyo.
It's great to see the World Champions finally back on track with 4 amazing series wins. And I'd just like to go back to what King Kong said, because if you know that a lot of teams are looking up to Onic in terms of their reading, they're trying to study how they play around. King Kong is also doing the same when it comes to Yawi. That's why he knows the tendencies of the lover boy.
He said Yawi would always target 2 people. If it's not the jungler, it's the gold laner. And they played around that. And Kelra, the gold laner, comes out on top here. 10 kills, 1 death. No assists, just raw kill power brought out here by that Harith. And I like, of course, typical to what we've seen a lot of Hariths do, come to the late game, sell the boots, go ahead and just build up the Oracle. You maximize the cooldown reduction from that anyway, and that's what you play around alongside the shield regeneration. As great as Keller's performance here was, again, I want to go back to the pure aura that King Kong dished out in the 2 attempts on his life. Pablo Escobar levels of escaping attempts by Yawi to take him down in that final fight. But of course, when we go back to the highlights here, you see how Onic Philippines were able to set the tempo up until things started going wrong for them from great TNC play.
Yeah, and we're trying to call back. Is this the time where TNC was able to clap back already? Because I think this is where their lead started ballooning up.
Yeah, this was where Onic Philippines were still in control. They were invading, they were setting the tempo. Zyda, though, was...
This was the long clash.
Yeah, this was the long clash that I think Onic was still able to come out on top. This is where he gets turned around because, yeah, BennyQT got the Lord. And even though the members of TNC would fall here, they'd survive. I think my memory... Oh, here! No, it's this one. Okay, it's this one. Yeah, there we go.
Is this the Savage part?
Yeah, this is the Savage of BennyQT.
Oh, amazing.
It's from the Savage. Oh, and this was after the second Lord. Oh no, yeah, BennyQT already got that.
You know what's funny? Last week I remember when we when TNC slotted in BennyQT, we were asking the community if they think BennyQT is gonna be rusty, but a second series in, already a Savage.
Actually, for this one, it's great that Brusco was able to flicker to the back. Now, if I'm not mistaken, he tossed Benny, or at least it forced a flicker out of Benny, meaning that they were able to take down the Greyjoy without that much of a problem. Yeah, I believe it was a flicker toss-up from Brusco that set up what would eventually be the turnaround for Onic Philippines. So Brusco deserves his credit for that as well.
Yeah. Speaking of Brusco, Kirk also was an amazing XP laner for today's game. A lot of clutch AOGs, and not to mention the use of his Revitalize, because there were times that they were literally getting ganked by TNC, especially with Zyda, but still they were able to out-sustain it because of the healings that coming from Kirk.
If it wasn't for Kirk, the Revitalize plus his like unbreakable taunt,
yeah,
Zyda would have gotten probably a lot more openings to go for the kills. Yeah.
I like this drafting philosophy and game philosophy that Onic Philippines is going for here. As much as possible, they're actually not letting Kirk be the main frontliner of the spot. They're actually using Brusco as a sacrificial lamb here.
Yeah.
And it's working out well for them because game number 1, as the Hilda Rome, sacrificial lamb. Game number 2, of course, the nature of being a pick-off hero, there's a high chance that you're going to be the first blood as long in a team fight, as long as you can get that pick off. It happened again, but then Kirk would just come in with a late entry, and I like this itemization. Once he built that Twilight armor, that really made him a force to be reckoned with against TNC Pro Team. Great itemization.
Yeah, I can't believe the game was literally 23 minutes, and I'm excited to see how much GPM the BPI rich guy is, because this is a long game.
Yeah, wasn't Onic also at one point down by like 7,000 gold?
Yep.
And
yeah,
so like
got erased immediately.
I mean, think how much they had to come back from here. So I don't know. Onic Philippines obviously and I know there was a lot of talk about them in the beginning of the first half of the regular season. Well, it seems like they've done whatever work they had to do. Again, I don't know if it's the change of hair color from King Kong, but he was pretty locked in too through this game. But I think that's what makes it exciting. And I know Coach Why Not mentioned this a little bit in the interview too. It's just like it's so competitive right now in our just overall league for the MPL Philippines that I don't know, man. Even with them getting the win here and then how TNC's played, I don't know what to expect by the time we get to week 8.
Yep. BPI Rich Guy, again, the most aesthetically appropriate BPI Rich Guy. Wearing the red and yellow of BPI very proudly. It's King Kong. 764, not that high, but I think with how long this game was, just got to the point that his GPM was reduced to 764.
Yeah.
Earlier on, though, he was definitely leading the pack in terms of GPM. I feel like if we got a much quicker game, it would be at around 840, 850.
Yeah.
You know, I'm starting to wonder if a player mid-season changes his hair color, do they also change the picture?
No, I don't.
No, they don't.
No, I don't think so.
Did they change your picture?
That's a valid question.
Yeah.
Did they change the caster picture?
You know, Naisu, the reason why I love you is because, yes, I love you. Even if you're bullying me as a daddy.
That's not bullying. And that sounded... That string of words should not be said on broadcast again, bro.
Okay, let's just see what the players have to say for this amazing game.
Digging a hole right now, Baldy.
Kalma, baksa. Hiro lang. Nasanan ko, pre. May imo ko. Ranger. Tapos na. Natatan ko yan. Tapos na. S-boys. Tapos na.
More than 8 billion people in the world. Please find me someone that says that's music to their ears.
I'm sure there's someone out there who's gonna go, hey, that kind of sounds like math rock.
That's one of the mic checks where we don't know exactly what they're saying, but we know they're saying something.
It was a lot of coordinated targeting. This one, that one. Here. No, good. And I like how in the end there it was King Kong and Keller who were calling and saying, "Oh yeah, we can end it here."
Yeah.
You see how they approach. They literally pincer maneuvered the base. They came from 2 angles so that there's always at least one strong option to just focus basic attack onto the base.
Okay, so for Onic, that's one team down once again. But again, their true test as world champions, so their standards are high. Are the 4 that are above them in the standings? That's going to be Aurora, TLPH, Team Falcons, and no, they're the 4th.
Yeah, they get their revenge on who they need to.
Yeah, tomorrow they go up against RORA.
Yeah.
Then they go against Falcons and Team Liquid later on in the weeks. So, especially with what Brusco mentioned earlier, there's a bit of a banter.
Yeah.
Although it's kind of heated online between Renegade and Brusco about how they're saying they're going to crush each other. And then Brusco's come back there was that he said, all right, cool, but he should be the one who's careful because, let me remind him, he didn't beat me last season.
Oh.
Imagine it is Onic, though, that ends the streak of RORA tomorrow.
That's so poetic.
That's a good story.
They saved their own win streak.
Yeah, but then imagine if Aurora just
smashes.
hammer on through Onic Philippines. That makes us, I think at that point, people are going to be thinking, yo, it might be RORA time.
It might be RORA time.
Is it possible to have the scheduled match of Onic and Aurora move to week number 8? So in case Aurora goes 13...
We can't.
That would have been such
Just
a
like they can't change your haircut on the pictures.
And you can't change your skills, but you can change your device. So you do need pro level speed and make the smart switch and stay ahead of the game.
You mean change your sim?
Change your sim.
Get your smart eSIM today for only 99 pesos and experience ultra-fast 5G connectivity on any device. No SIM swapping needed. Available now in the Smart Stores nationwide or online via the Smart Online Store.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
There it is.
There it
We're locked in.
And of course, tickets are still available for the upcoming matchup of TNC and AP Brand. Notice I did say Aurora and Onic because it's already sold out. Come experience the MPL live at the MPL Arena. Just go to, okay, this is nice too. This is the official website.
Just go.
MPL PH website. And get, I thought there was a URL. I was looking for the URL.
PH-mpl.com/tickets.
Oh,
we got excited.
I was going to say.
Don't miss out on that amazing match.
Don't miss out on that. And also, don't miss out on this, because are you ready to test your skills and show that you got what it takes? Because the MSL Collegiate Cup Season 2 is now nearing.
It's the premier collegiate league for aspiring MLBB pros, featuring student athletes from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, the regions of the Philippines. You can join now by heading to moonton/ph.org/MCC for more information. Don't miss out on this amazing opportunity.
Oh, a lot has been happening so far. Other tournaments as well continuously ongoing, but now the first acid gothic style. Acid gothic style. Legend duel.
Is that what we call it? No,
acid gothic style. Legend dual form. Sorry, Legend dual form skin. Alpha Revenant of Roses skin trailer is here.
I know there's a lot of people out there. You hear gothic, you think of something, you know, but I don't know if it's Alpha or not, because as enemies flood towards the castle like a tidal wave, Alpha inside merely scoffs.
Do it in a voice.
bow your wretched heads before the Lord of Greed.
The new skin will be available on. It's already available actually, and yeah, it changes when you get 10 kills in game into a really sick form.
To Acid Gothic.
To Acid Gothic, alongside the new item dynamic portrait, Revenant of Roses. Get yours now. Don't miss out on that amazing skin.
Honestly, Acid Gothic sounds like a
Good
word,
time.
a word font.
Oh.
A font.
Yeah, it sounds like a
Acid
font. It sounds like a
Gothic.
font. Acid Gothic. Available in any word processing software.
You're looking really Acid Gothic today, man.
Even down to 5 weeks, the standings still look the same as Aurora remains unbeaten. We witnessed their first game after the break with a sweep up against the Twisted Minds. That's why they're currently standing at 8-0.
Wow. Again, Aurora didn't expect that they'd be at this one, but they're confident. I think tomorrow's match against Onic will be telling. And hey, guys, I was right about my prediction.
What was
TNC in 5.
In 5.
Still in the 5th spot.
They're still at 5, man.
Yeah, but they have to be careful against AP Brent. If AP Brent beat them tomorrow, then oof, that changes the story of the lower half of the table a lot.
Wait, I have a question. Did the MP the King only use Hanzo early on?
Let me double
For
check.
two straight games? Yeah, like back to back.
No, right? Yeah, no.
No. One game only.
Yeah, he used the Suyo in game 2.
Okay. So Twisted Minds might actually be trendsetter once again, led by Bonchan, because Hanzo has been picked by TNC twice, and now, unlike the Infinix standings we witnessed a while ago, the Minds are actually topping the charts with a 6-2 win record.
Yeah, it's a bit of a flip. The top 4 teams of the league are in the lower half in terms of the fan tournament, while the teams in the lower half of the standings are ruling the world right now.
The fans are on a different level, man.
Yeah. The Bees so far still dominate. I think they're the champs also last season. The Bees led
Were
by
they the champs? Yeah, I think
Brent.
so, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's why Brent is talking such a big game right now for the Bees community.
Yeah, he has such a big aura because of how good he's playing MLBB. But now, guys, first day of the second half of MPL Season 15. Did you expect this to happen today? A savage right away.
I did. I think we had a lot of kind of great things showcased here. It's good to see debut picks. Kalea, got to see the Zask come up.
Yeah.
So I think it was great. I didn't expect 2 sweeps, though.
Yeah, I like how the meta is shifting just a little bit. We're going through another phase of experimentation for the teams in terms of letting Kalea through, Jushin, even Hanzo. It's cool.
Yeah, and we'll see tomorrow if the meta will continue to shift, because we have a triple header for Saturday. That's why, guys, this has been Ingan and Naisu and Ranmar. We'll see you tomorrow.
And that ends the first day of week number 5. And welcome to the MPL Arena, Kalea.
Kitang-kita ang saya ng crowd nung napili si Kalea for the first time at sa kamay pa ng hitman to healman, Rene J.
Parang ibang klase, no? Kasi hindi lang yun, nagtuloy-tuloy din ang win streak ng Aurora. 8 straight matches. Tunay nga talaga that the Northern Lights are burning brighter than ever.
It definitely begs the question kung kaya ba nilang talunin ang record ng Onic Philippines. But of course, let's not forget the second match, Hans.
You know, it was pretty intense because even when all of the odds are stacked against this team, they were able to prevail at nakuha nila ang 4th match victory.
Intense talaga.
You know what? At this point in time, I honestly feel like everything is gonna be more intense moving forward.
I agree with you, Hans. Kaya magkita-kita tayo muli bukas dito sa MPL Arena para tunghayan ang
Lakas ng Pinas. Kita-kits bukas!
15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in Esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and rep it for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, reunite with winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. So matawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas.